Okay. For some reason, this computer decided that it just doesn't want to. No, whoa, everybody, we know there's no sound. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so that, hopefully we're good now. So we know there's no audio, so we're good. So we have two storms, and the first one we've been watching for a little while in western Dallas County here near the Irving area. The severe thunderstorm right now, the severe thunderstorm warning that we have now that is in effect until, let's see, 6:45 there. And this is kind of a base warning here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible. This is not a storm that is particularly catastrophic or anything at this point. Kind of your run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm. Now, the problem is that if you stepped outside today, you would have noticed not only is there a lot of haze in the air, but this is a very unstable atmosphere. Plenty of humidity, heat out there, very fertile ground, very fertile atmosphere for these storms, and they can quickly intensify. So that's what we're watching today. If I can clear my pockets here so it's easier to move around, but that's what we are watching for. You can see one storm, excuse me, one storm north of Irving, one storm just north of Granbury moving into parts of really just moving right where several counties come together there, and then one to the southwest of Granbury. So we're watching these storms, and it's going to be kind of a long evening here. I know that in Ennis, there is graduation starting at 8, and really at the Motorplex right now, there's races that go until 8, and then 8 o'clock that graduation starts. So I know that there's different things going on that are going to possibly be impacted by the storms tonight. We will stick with this, and we will continue to bring updates throughout the evening. So Grays Robles, this was a issue across platforms. This was not a situation where it was just one place or the other. It was across platforms, but the audio. I think somebody's asking for Worthington. I'm not sure what you're at. We're in north central Texas, so we only cover that area. So not sure what. I'm not sure where you're asking for. Is that Worthington, Texas here? I'm sorry, folks. I've got a bunch of messages and things coming through. Hang on one second here. Okay. All right, so yeah, we cover north central Texas, so if that's... Are you talking about... Is that Worthington? Is that in Fort Worth? Is that Worthington Gardens maybe you're asking about? Not sure. But, if I can get this moved here, let me take a look at velocity here, because this part of the storm here near Granbury, and now this is so noisy here, and I think that part of what's going to impact the radar, especially the velocity here, you have seen so much haze in the air, and the reason for that is you've got warm temperatures plus all the humidity in the air, so these water molecules are grabbing on to the particulate in the air, the pollution and dust and those kind of things, and it's making a lot of noise for the radar here. However, east of Granbury there, Chris, you might be right, it might be Worthington Gardens, but east of Granbury here, we are seeing that curvature in the radar, and we are seeing what looks like could be some rotation trying to form there, but a lot of noise on the velocity view there, so it's hard to see too much of that, but we will keep an eye on this storm. Absolutely. This is Hill County, east of Granbury there, so we will kind of pay attention to that. I know that there's one question, and there's questions about different towns here, and I want to just kind of give you kind of an orientation here of what we're expecting. Here's our area. We don't have storms there yet. Trust me, I see it every time. I see a lot of people that say, well, there's a storm in Fort Worth. That means I'm not going to get anything at all. Trust me, we're just getting started here. We have storms. There are storms as far south as the Killeen area. And somebody's trying to call me. That's hilarious. We have storms that are, far south of our area, we are just getting started here. So don't look at this and think, well, we're done and nothing's going to hit me. You can't look at the weather and just say, well, because this is happening in this very moment, that means that nothing's going to happen at all. Stick with us because we're just getting started here. And we're going to continue to watch this storm near Granbury. This is up towards moving through the Crescent area right now, towards Godley, just east of Granbury, just northeast of Granbury. That is where we're watching this storm. We already have that curvature there. There's a lot of instability. There's some shear in the atmosphere, that upper level rotation. We're going to be watching to see if lower rotation can happen here. That is what will make the difference and really start rotating this storm. I'm going to look back at the velocity. Again, there's a lot of noise here, and so you see near Granbury, again, we're going to keep an eye on that, and we'll be watching for this storm to see if we continue. Yeah, there's that update, and yeah, it's noisy, but I'm still seeing those well-defined winds on the velocity view there, even through the noise. And then yeah, you can see that there is, number one, you can see a lot of lightning there, and you can see between Granbury and Crescent there, you can see a pretty decent hook trying to form. And I know that Chelsea Burnett with Texas Storm Chasers is headed to that storm too. So maybe we will hear from her, and her guidance on that would be great. Chelsea, if you're hearing this, if you want to keep me updated, I would greatly appreciate your support. The eyes in the eyes on the ground there. So I know a lot of people are asking, where's the storm going? So now that we've had a chance to kind of look at it in detail, here's the storm in motion. So this is really headed east, northeast here. So really headed again towards the Godley area. So northern, specifically right now, northwestern Johnson County, southwestern Tarrant County. That's where we're looking at right now. And let's see here. Yeah, so that's where this storm is headed. Specifically, this part of the storm where we're watching for that rotation, going to be headed more towards the Godley area here. So that's where we're watching this storm, currently bringing heavy rain, probably some small hail to the Crescent area right now. Eventually could move towards Benbrook and Burleson. We're going to be watching that area. Could be right between there, but that's the area where we're watching. So this is where you have that severe thunderstorm warning. And we could see additional warnings depending on what this storm actually does. So here's what we're watching. Just to orient you, this is north of Cleburne, right now northwest of Cleburne, really. Fort Worth is right up here. So it's going to be, this storm is southwest of Fort Worth, northwest of Cleburne. And if you're in the Ennis area right now, I know there's a lot of people waiting for graduation there. There's people at the Texas Motorplex. There's nothing going on in that area right now. So let's just broaden this out for a moment. We need to go back to that Granbury storm very soon. But just to let you know, this is where we're watching. And I'm going to see if I can get the cursor off of there, because I know that's probably going to be distracting in this format. But there's nothing happening in Ennis right now. What we're looking at is there's a boundary here that has fired these storms. Eventually, I do expect that boundary to continue to kind of progress eastward, maybe even southeastward. And as we go through the night, there could very well be storms that get closer to the Ennis area. Right now, everything is pretty much looking Glen Rose, Cleburne, Dallas, north and west. But I'm not discounting that the rest of our area could see severe storms overnight. We're still in that severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. So don't get too comfortable with this and say, well, I mean, there's storms west of us. We're not going to get anything. We're done. It's over. We're not going to get anything. There are so many people that will take one look, one frame on the radar and say, we're not going to deal with anything. You can't do that. You gotta take this stuff seriously. You got to look at it more closely than that. But because this is where storms are going on, this is where we are going to keep our attention here. So don't be upset that I'm not covering the rest of our area. We have to focus where the storms are, where the threat of severe weather is. And we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:45. And this is, at least appears to be at this point, a rotating severe thunderstorm. So that's where we're going to keep our focus here. So let me check in on a couple of things. Make sure I'm not missing any updates here. All right, so let's kind of get reined in here. Yeah, this storm. So the way you can see that this part of the storm, really the base of the storm here, where we are probably looking at least some minor rotation there, but we are seeing that hook that's been pretty persistent here. That's moving almost due east. So that tells me that we could very well be seeing some rotation, probably trying to intensify in that southwest corridor of that storm. There you can see it. That hook starting to kind of curl around there. So it does look like this rotation is trying to tighten up. So we will be watching that. This storm, very nice structure there. And we will watch this as it continues on from parts of northeastern Hood County into northwestern Johnson County. This is what we're watching right here, this storm. And if we take a look at the hail core here, kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. So not a big hail core at this point, but there you see between Granbury and Crescent, there is at least an area where we're probably looking at some larger hail trying to form. And I would venture to say that hail will only intensify as we go forward here. And if we look at the velocity, I'm not seeing, let's see, there's still a lot of kind of noise here. And again, I think part of that is because of how much haze we have in the air. Radar seeing a lot of just noise out there, but I'm not, let's see, Edwin, no, I don't have the radar only stream on YouTube at this point. Just equipment wise, we're kind of limited there. Hoping to revive that maybe starting in the summer. When I have more time to do a little more R&D, we're going to look at doing something like that again. But right now we don't have that. So right now I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here. But again, there's a lot of noise on the radar here. Again, I think that's probably due to all of the haze that you're seeing out there, all that particulate in the air. Again, what happens there, warmer temperatures and a lot of humidity in the air, a lot of water droplets, those are kind of grabbing onto the dust and the pollution and different things in the air. That's where you see that haze that we have right now. So this is our severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that there in the yellow, and this right now is our only severe warned storm for our area here. And this is just a pretty basic severe thunderstorm warning at this time. 60 mile per hour winds, 1-inch hail possible. We took a look at the winds and the hail, and neither looked terribly intense at this time, but I do expect this storm to continue to intensify as we go through the evening. We have a very unstable atmosphere above us right now, so any storm that forms can very quickly intensify. And so I'm expecting that to be the trend as we go through the evening here. But this storm, we've been watching this area back to the west of Godley here. This area where we're looking at that little hook, and we'll see what that does. So we still have that structure there, but man, the velocity is kind of hard to see there. And what I want you to pay attention to here, I want to zoom in on that a little bit, and you can see again, right there near Waples, I'm assuming that's how you say that, not actually too sure, north of Acton. Look at how we're getting that more well-defined shape there. That is where I'm concerned that we could be looking at some tightening rotation here. Now, again, as we look at the velocity, you can definitely see an area where it's probably trying to get better organized. There's a lot of noise on the radar. I don't think that this is really anything. That's what we were looking at a second ago, but location-wise, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But back in here, I think we're going to start seeing that intensifying. I think we're going to see that probably picking up the pace here in this area. Alicia, you're asking, do I need to get my car under cover in Mansfield? Well, if you want to cover the car to protect it from hail, I would definitely do that now, because large hail is definitely possible where the storms are. Doris, you're saying you're in Ennis. Will this be a fast-moving storm? Thing is, they're nowhere near Ennis right now, so it's hard to say at this time. Once everything gets closer to the Ennis area, I'll be able to tell you what to expect. But it's still far away from the Ennis area right now. Hard to tell you exactly what to expect there, because you could get a more isolated storm there, or it could all come together as a line and move through, and that could impact the speed of the storm. So hard to say anything about Ennis right now. It's not quite near that area, so we'll have to wait a little bit and get a better idea of what to expect closer to. Now, quarter-size hail was reported near Granbury, 2 miles west-northwest of there. So this storm does have a hail core there capable of at least quarter-size hail. So that's what we're looking at. Jamie, you're asking, with tornadoes, do they usually follow this with the storm, or can it go any direction once touched down? So, I mean, normally, the storm as a whole is oftentimes going to kind of guide where that storm goes, or where that tornado goes in the grand scheme of things. However, that tornado does form at the base of the storm, and so it can sometimes kind of drag that storm on. A lot of the time, if there's a lot of rotation, you'll see the storm kind of take a right turn. So it kind of depends on what's going on there. If there's really a lot of driving winds that are going to pull that storm one way or the other, generally, I mean, that rotating base and that storm is going to go with the storm as a whole. But sometimes you can see some interesting things happen where you'll start to see that that base from that storm, that hook echo, kind of start to elongate a little bit. So, you know, it kind of depends there on storm motion and those kind of things. So let's kind of broaden this out a little bit and just give you a better view overall of what we're seeing. So across our area right now, there's really nothing going on. Again, I know in Ennis, a lot of people paying attention to the weather there. We have graduation starting here in just a couple of hours here, just under a couple of hours. And so, Jess, you're saying, how about Waxahachie, since it was in the initially, and I think still the greatest risk for large hail. Storm time frame wise and still very likely. So you're asking for a lot of detail that's kind of in the air right now. A lot of this depends. I do think, again, just to start off answering that question, there was a lot there, but I do think that there's still a large hail threat for Waxahachie as we go through the night. Time frame wise, hard to say, because again, it depends on if we get more storms that develop farther south than this, and if those continue to move eastward, it's hard to say. All of our area is included in a severe thunderstorm watch through midnight. So yes, severe storms are possible from now until midnight. Exactly when and where those things are going to move through, hard to say. But between now and midnight, severe thunderstorms are possible in that area. So if we get a storm that starts moving towards Waxahachie, well, that's going to inform us fairly quickly what to expect there. But for now, the best idea I have is for parts of northern Johnson County, where we're looking at the existing storm here. I noticed that the information, the link for Weather Call just went up in the chat, and with Weather Call, when something like that, a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, or a tornado warning, then you're going to get a phone call from me letting you know that that warning has been issued for your area. You're going to put your home address in there, and if your home address is included in that warning, you will get a phone call from me with my voice letting you know that a warning has been issued. So Weather Call is a great asset that has been shared in the Facebook chat there. Let me see if I can post that in the YouTube chat as well. Yeah, so it's in the Facebook chat, so I think we're good to go there. We'll continue to monitor this storm here. And again, folks, a lot of people asking, hey, what about this town? What about this town? Let me catch up on questions here. Jared, you're saying, since it's so hazy and a lot of moisture, then this would be a high precipitation supercell. If there was a tornado, it would be very hard to see. It looks like that's a question. So, I mean, generally, yes. With all the haze that we have, that could cause some issues with visibility of a tornado should that happen. Now, you also have the likelihood of stronger winds in the vicinity of a storm. That might help to kind of clear out the air a little bit, but you generally, yes. I mean, we have very humid air that's contributed to some haze. So yes, it could drop the visibility of a tornado, but we haven't had very great winds to kind of mix things up. So, if we have greater winds outside of that storm, that outflow, then we could be looking at a situation where that could help to kind of clear out the air a little bit, make things easier to see. So, but again, it's kind of a case-by-case thing. I can't really tell you exactly what every possible tornado is going to look like in this environment. So lots of people asking about, I see Venus, I see Ennis, I see Glen Heights, I see Waxahachie. So here's the radar. So we don't have storms in those areas right now. So just to let you know, this is where we're looking. So all the storms right now, really the only severe storm is in parts of northwestern Johnson County, southern Tarrant County there. So that's where we have things going on right now. There's nothing in the vicinity of Ennis, Waxahachie, Hillsborough, Corsicana right now. Everything is north of Cleburne here. So now that does not mean that there won't be anything in these areas. It just means that it's not there yet. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place until midnight. So it's possible in all of those areas. Now just to the southwest, so we'll take a look at this, kind of a broader view of what may be heading our way. Let's see. Get that a little bit broader there. So here's a little cluster of storms near Llano, west of Killeen and Temple there, west of Round Rock. So this particular storm, this is kind of moving to the left here, and sometimes they do that, they kind of split. So this particular storm, we will have to watch that as that moves towards Hamilton there, could be moving towards our direction. So we'll see what that does. Aaron Haney talking about sirens in Midlothian. My guess is you're probably hearing, I've heard there's lightning detecting sirens there at the baseball field, so that's probably what you're hearing in that area. And hearing that there's small hail in the Godley area, that makes sense with that severe storm. But here's more storms we're going to have to watch. So we have the one in parts of northern Johnson County right now, but there are more that we will have to watch overnight. So this is just an example of the fact that we have to wait a little while to see more factors come into place. So again, don't look at the radar right now and think this is it. We are only getting started as far as the radar in our area here. So this is what we're seeing. This is our severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:45, so about another half hour from now. And then this will continue to move towards the Burleson area here. It's just north of Godley, and that we have another storm there in southern Fort Worth there. Now, you're probably noticing this kind of empty area just north of Burleson. That's not some kind of shield or something. That is an indication that that's where the radar is located. The radar can't look straight up. It's a beam that goes in a circle, and it will go at the lowest tilt, and then it'll go up a little bit and look this way, then it'll go up a little bit and look that way. So you get different elevations, but it's not looking straight up. So you have kind of a dead spot there with the radar, and looks to be headed that direction. So unfortunately, we will lose some visibility with this storm, but we have ways of getting around that if we need to. Let's see. Hannah, what time should be all clear? So I'm going to tell you that, I would expect everything to be out of here between 10 o'clock and midnight. Now, 10 o'clock, considering we're getting a little bit of a later start, everything started west of our area, 10 o'clock could be ambitious. I'm thinking by midnight or later, most of this is probably out of our area. But I will tell you that we're probably looking at through at least midnight here. It's hard to say sometimes an exact cutoff time, but that's kind of what I'm thinking in terms of expectations of, hey, if I'm trying to, get rid of this stuff, then that's kind of where we're at. So let's see. Just checking some messages here. Okay. So this storm continues to be severe. We just had a report for, let's see, this looks like this was an earlier report of half-dollar sized hail east northeast of Granbury. So yeah, that would have been earlier tonight with this storm. So again, the largest hail size that we have reported with this is half-dollar sized hail. So hail sizes are going up with this particular storm, and as that moves towards the Burleson area. So Burleson's going to be the next kind of larger town to be hit with this. Parts of Arlington, you're getting a fairly strong storm right now as well. Not severe there, but there is this severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that could move towards move towards Burleson, but later towards the Mansfield, Arlington area as that storm continues on. And again, just to kind of give a broader view here of our area. So again, I know that we are not looking at anything in the rest of our area, but that does not mean that we're not going to get hit with anything. It is early. It is early tonight. We looked at those storms far southwest of our area, moving towards the Hamilton County area there that could affect our area later this evening. But that severe thunderstorm watch continues until midnight. We are not done here. We're only getting started. So you're going to have to stick with us. It might be kind of a late night deal here, kind of a long night deal, I'll say. And we could very well be looking at more storms across our area. So don't get too complacent here. I know that there's graduation in Ennis tonight. I know there's a number of different things that are going on this evening, and we're all trying to figure out right now what that looks like. Unfortunately, that's tough to do. We have to wait and see what happens. The boundary that fired these storms is probably going to move eastward here, and as it does, that will fire more storms across our area. So that is going to be what we are expecting there. Now, Shalina, Koslow, you're headed towards the ballpark. I mean, we already have a storm in that vicinity, but yes, this storm here looks like it's probably going to stay south of the Arlington Entertainment District there. The severe storm itself probably going to move more towards the Mansfield, southern Arlington area, but there is a storm right there near northern Arlington right now that could bring some small hail. So now, with the roof there, I mean, your biggest issue is going to be getting inside. Once you're inside, that's a covered facility now. And so, hey, it's going to be comfortable and shouldn't have to deal with any hail once you're in there. So that's kind of a nice deal. So Jaina, yes, going kind of east-northeast as, seen on the radar here. So radar is showing its direction quite well. Take a look at the winds in this storm real quickly, kind of get an idea of what to expect. It doesn't look like a lot of very strong winds in that storm, but we'll be watching to see if we have any rotation trying to take hold in this storm. Doesn't look like it's been able to organize rotation at this point. Doesn't look like that's a trend, so that's the good news, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of wind in this storm right this second. Let's take another look at the hail core here. Definitely intensifying hail core just north of Godley. So there's been a trend of that. And yeah, as we look back, you can see how quickly that hail core intensified there. So definitely large hail just north of Godley there. I don't see any reports on this, but the largest hail we have reported was earlier near Granbury, and that was half-dollar sized hail. So we could be looking at larger hail there north of Godley. I would not be surprised if we're looking at closer to, we mentioned half-dollar size. It's gotten stronger since then. So we could be looking at closer to golf ball, ping pong ball sized hail in that area. So just keep that in mind. Aaron Haney saying the sirens and lightning lights are flashing. It went off for several seconds and the light is now flashing. No biggie. City is closing the field. So that's a report from Midlothian. So it sounds like it was the lightning siren there in Midlothian. So not any kind of outdoor warning sirens, not any kind of tornado related alerts. Sounds like that was just the lightning sirens going on in the Ennis area. Trying to let's see, is the storm less intense, or does it just look that way because the radar is in the way? Yeah, so what's right near the north side of Burleson there, you're not able to look directly up. So if you see that disc there, yeah, we're not getting as clear a picture of the storm as it goes right next to the radar tower. So west of that, though, I mean, you can see a pretty good hail core west of the radar location. So just keep that in mind. Um, let's see. Tommy, a godly tornado siren went off. Radar indicated rotation with debris field. Um, yeah, I'm very skeptical of that information. I mean, we look at the radar here. Let me look at a couple of things. First, we'll look at the radar. I'm not seeing very noticeable rotation there. April Parker, if you want to send a direct message to the page, that's going to be the best way to send pictures in. If you're talking about a debris field on radar, I'm not really seeing that there. If you're talking about a debris field in Godley, I'm not really seeing that right now. So we got a message saying that, but not. I'm not immediately seeing that. But if you have any pictures from that area, then definitely send that to us. And Tommy, you're saying that's per the Godley Fire Department. So if you've got any photos to support that, then I'm not seeing debris field on radar, but that's where ground truth comes in. So if you guys have photos that you can send of something substantiating that, then that's definitely what we need right now. Definitely a hail situation near Godley, though. Stephanie, I see your message to that effect. This is definitely a hailstorm. Right now, I think hail is probably the greatest threat in this storm right now. Didn't see a whole lot of wind in that one, and it does look like rotation has struggled to get organized here. But that message said that there was radar indicated debris field. I'm not seeing that at this time. We'll take a look at this is the correlation coefficient, and this is where we kind of look for those debris fields. But I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, you can definitely see the area of rotation, but I'm not seeing an indication of a debris field there. I think you could argue possibly here, but I'm not seeing that organized well enough on these other products. Definitely not organized well enough on velocity here. It's just there's a lot of noise. I'm not seeing well organized rotation with that. Hearing the thunder rolling all this way just east of Ferris. Yeah, I mean, it's not really near the Ferris area at this point. It's pretty far away at this time. So if we look farther out, Ferris here, storm's a pretty good distance away from you. We do have a little cell here near Mansfield, but pretty good distance away from the Ferris area right now. So this is what we're seeing, just to kind of orient you across the area. Here's this storm in northern parts of Arlington. Here's the severe storm right now. We have seen that little tail on it, and this storm does want to rotate, but at this time it just does not look right now like it's holding rotation well. So I'm not as concerned about tornadic conditions. This is mostly going to be a hail threat with this particular storm, as that is now moving into the Burleson area. And again, yeah, you're not seeing much on radar, but that is because the radar is located in the Burleson area. So it's going directly where it can't look straight up. So that's what we're looking at in that particular area. The storm is there. It looks like it's almost getting vaporized here, but that's just because the radar has limited visibility as far as that is concerned. And Chris, you say you're definitely hearing the thunder. I mean, it's possible. You can definitely hear thunder from a ways away. So that's just an indication there. Again, you can see the lightning strikes south of Mansfield here, so that might be what you're hearing. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to hear thunder a ways out from that. So let me see. Let's see if we can get a picture here. So the City of Godley Fire Department put on Facebook, tornado sirens were activated due to radar indicated hook echo with possible debris field. Okay, well so they're activating the sirens there, those outdoor warning sirens, based on a radar indicated hook with possible debris field. So that's I'm not trying to discount them, but I don't know. I'll have to look back at that. I wish I saw what they saw. Just kind of get a better idea of what they're basing that on. But it doesn't look at this time. Yes, I see that post from Godly there, but I'm yeah, I'm just not sure. I wish I saw what they saw. Again, with the haze that's out there, that can make visibility tough in that particular area. So if they saw that lowering or something of that sort, but it sounds like they were going off of the hook shape that we saw earlier. Again, it was hard to see. It was really hard to see well-defined circulation there. Let me see. I know Chelsea Burnett with Texas Storm Chasers is out there. She's in that area looking at that storm. I apologize for the very loud toddler in the background. Not sure what's going on there, but yeah, that particular storm, it's shown signs of rotation, but it has really struggled to make that rotation get more organized, get more persistent, that kind of thing. Nathan, you're asking, when will the storm clear Mansfield? I mean, you're going to be getting heavy rain, possibly some hail and strong winds in Mansfield for at least another, I would say probably an hour. I mean, you've got the storm there and you have the storm behind it. Yes, April Parker, I did get those pictures from Godly. Thank you so much for sending those. So the storm is moving through the Burleson area there from Godly towards Burleson, just north of Joshua. That's the storm that has that hail core with it. The largest hail report we've gotten so far as what the National Weather Service is reporting, was $half size hail. So that's larger than quarter size. Quarter size hail is kind of your base threshold there for what's considered severe hail. Okay, and I'm just trying to catch up on a few comments here. And Brenda Lee, it shows hail likely in 24 minutes in Mansfield. So I'm assuming you're using an app there. It's definitely possible. You do have a hailstorm headed your way. Sometimes those apps, though, they're trying to give you an exact number like that. Those are tough. I caution following those too closely because it's an estimation based on radar. It may be correct, but when it gets that specific, it's hard to call sometimes, depending on what that storm can do. Shelby, you said going to Burleson in an hour. Is it possible to get hit again after this storm? It's possible. Again, a lot of this tonight. This is not a situation where we're going to have one line of storms. It's going to be here at this time, here at this time, here at this time. It depends on where these storms pop up. As we've seen it so far, we have seen these storms kind of be few and far between, so widely isolated. So, it just depends on kind of where they pop up and how quickly they move. But the situation right now is that the main concern is going to be northern Johnson County, southern Tarrant County. That's where we have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for about another 15 minutes. We'll probably see a new warning issued once this storm gets on the other side of the radar here. Again, the radar is located in northern Burleson, so it's hard to get too close a look at it. Let me see if I can get the radar at the airport there. So this is harder to see. So this is the radar at Love Field, and it's farther away, so it's hard to see. But again, you can see that this storm continues near Burleson, near Mansfield. Another storm up in the Arlington area, but you're not seeing that clear area. That's because we're not looking at this radar tower. We're looking at one farther away at Love Field. Now those airport radars cover a smaller area, so that storm doesn't look as intense as it actually is. So we'll kind of pivot back to the local radar there. And again, that's why you're seeing that disk there, that empty area. That is because the radar doesn't look straight up. But that does not mean that there's not a strong, at this point, severe warned storm in the Burleson area there. So it's moving through that area where we can't really see too well the storm, but it is definitely there. I want to show you just a couple of things here. Here's our area. Obviously, there's nothing going on through the rest of our area right now. And it is possible that that could be the only cluster of storms we see. We could see more develop through the evening. We just kind of have to wait and see. And I know that people can't stand when I say wait and see or it depends. You want to know now what's going to happen for the rest of the evening. Unfortunately, we are not too close at this point not close enough to any of those storms that are threatening the rest of our area to give you information about that. Now, there is a storm north of Llano there, west of Killeen. We'll have to see what that does. That's moving towards the Hamilton area. That could threaten our area as it continues to move northward, or it could bank and move towards the Gatesville and Waco area. We just kind of have to wait and see. There's not really a way to get too early a read on that. It's kind of a wait and see situation. I know there's a lot of you that are waiting for graduation there in Ennis. Nothing threatening Ennis right now, nothing moving that direction at this time. So at this moment, everything in Ennis is fine, but that does not mean that we couldn't see storms closer to that time. And we will have to continue to monitor this. And this may be the only cluster of storms we get. And if so, then hey, that would be an interesting turnout to this whole thing. There's a pretty broad severe thunderstorm watch that goes until midnight here. So we have plenty of time to wait and see. Adam Martz says, is this the farthest north the storms will get? Again, it's hard to know what we're looking at there in terms of what to expect in terms of where the storms are going to be. We have a long night ahead of us, so plenty of time for situations to change, more storms to pop up, that kind of thing. We just have to wait and see what will actually happen. Barbosa003 on YouTube asking about closed captioning. I thought we had that. Let me see if I can do something about that. I had thought we were already there and it was going to start doing that, but it may not. So let me see here. Okay, it doesn't look like I can. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can do anything with the closed captioning right now. And I'm not sure, well, so it says everything's processing. So it sounds like it'll have it after that point, but it's not giving me the option. Not giving me the option at this point to enable those closed captions. I thought it had. Okay, so I'm just trying to get something to work here on the YouTube stream. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can get the closed captioning going, so not sure. So Amber, yes, so the difference is you're seeing the closed captioning on Facebook. So Facebook is, that is showing the closed captioning on Facebook. This is YouTube we're talking about. YouTube, I don't believe, is showing that at this time. So that's the difference there. It's showing definitely on Facebook, but not on the YouTube stream. That's my understanding. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me go look at just briefly the YouTube stream, because this is something I want to try to make sure that we address. Yeah, I don't see any kind of closed captions on YouTube, so that's unfortunate there. New severe thunderstorm warning issued, and something I want to show you here. You notice how this one is more northeasterly in its kind of direction. This is due east, so this one includes parts of Ellis County here. So this is more of a due east trajectory here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, including parts of really the northern half of Johnson County now into northwestern Ellis County, southern Tarrant County, southwestern Dallas County. So that's what we're looking at here. And you can see that this cluster continues to kind of expand here. And again, we're not getting a great look at this storm right now, because we are looking at that going over the radar tower, and the radar tower does not look directly on. Nicole Hoffman, unfortunately, it is not. I just checked. It is not allowing closed captioning on the YouTube stream. I've tried setting it up on the streaming side, and I've tried it on the user side. It is not allowing it either way. I'm going to have to research how to make that happen. I'm not really sure yet what's holding that back, but I will look into that and make sure that we get that enabled as soon as possible. I'm not sure what the situation is, but we'll make sure that we try to do that for the foreseeable future. Meredith Jones just got your weather call. Awesome. Yeah. So when you actually get a warning here, when this severe thunderstorm warning is issued, those people who have signed up are going to get a call from Weather Call. So what that does, you will hear my voice telling you, hey, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for your area until whatever time, and you'll get a text message with a link that you can click with more details. So you get the call, hey, severe thunderstorm warning, pay attention to what's going on. You get the text message that goes with that, and you can look at more details there. Casey Olson, how's it looking for Burleson? Well, you've got a severe storm moving through Burleson right now, so that is the situation there. Large hail, strong winds possible with that storm. And getting more reports of rain and thunder and that kind of thing in the Duncanville, Cedar Hill area. So yes, we have that storm making its way that direction, but this storm is going to continue to move eastward as this moves north of Cleburne. It's going to be moving towards Venus, Alvarado, and Midlothian eventually here, Mansfield as well, and then eventually on towards the Cedar Hill area. So again, northern half of Johnson County right now with this severe storm. We're looking at northwestern Ellis County, southwestern Dallas County, southern Tarrant County. This is where we're looking at. Jamie Lawhead, saying you did not get your weather call. Jamie, if you didn't get a weather call, then you may not be in the warning. If you're not in the warning polygon, you're not going to get that call. So it just depends. And then the other thing too, if you're in the polygon here and you did not get a call from Weather Call, make sure you log into your account, check your settings, and make sure you're signed up for those severe thunderstorm warnings and those kind of things to get that call. So if you're in the warning and you didn't get a phone call just now from Weather Call and you signed up for it, and you check your settings and everything's straight, shoot me an email. Shilon Picard wondered, I hadn't heard from you yet, and right now there is not a immediate tornado threat, but there is a low tornado threat tonight. So it's not zero, but it is a lower end tornado threat at this time. So Monica Navarro just got the call. Thank you. Came in as spam. So okay. So here's the thing. If it's coming in as a spam number, when you get, what you can do is when you go into your account or when you get the call, it's always going to be the same phone number that's calling you. So you can save that number as Weather Call so that hopefully that won't come in as a spam call going forward. You actually know where it's coming from. And if you have do not disturb on your phone, it can go through that barrier because you can save it in that favorites list. Abel Rose, it's a little bit gray outside. Is there anything to worry about? So you're I believe in the Midlothian area, so that storm is headed your direction, and that will be where we have to pay attention. Now I'm hearing that Burleson sirens are going off. Let's see here. Let me get back to that warning. Okay, so if there's a so there is hail falling in the Burleson area. So if you're hearing sirens in Burleson, then you're probably, that may be due to the hail that is falling in that area right now. 1.5 inch hail is possible in this storm right now. So that could be what is motivating those sirens to go off if you are hearing those. I know that there's a lot of outdoor events going on tonight, so that might make folks a little more trigger happy with those sirens. So just kind of keep that in mind, that number one, these sirens are not any longer just tornado sirens, at least in most communities. They are outdoor warning sirens that can be sounded for large hail, damaging winds, and then, yes, the threat of tornadoes. So you have to check your local municipality to make sure that you're paying attention to that information. Now, Charlotte, you say you're signed up for Weather Call. You got the very first one, the test. never received one after that. Well, Charlotte, it depends on if you've been in a warning since then. If you haven't been in a warning since that time, then you have not received a call. There's a lot of folks that you've had storms, but you might not have been in the warning at that point. So you have to make sure that that if you are expecting that call or think you should have got one, you got to make sure you were included in that warning polygon before you get that before you were going to get that call. Now again, we're not getting a very good view of this storm due to the fact that it is right next to the radar, so it's harder to see there, not as clear. Now remember, this is the only storm in our area right now. There's nothing headed towards Ennis at this time, nothing headed towards, this could be headed towards Waxahachie, but it's not immediately there yet. So as far as Ellis, Johnson, Hill, and Navarro counties, our primary coverage area, this is where we have this storm right now. This is the only storm going on in our immediate area at this point. And Caitlin Sullivan, looks like something's trying to form underneath that storm. It's hard to speak to that if I'm not seeing it. But if you want to send in a picture of what you're looking at, we would love to take a look. Ashley Stock, will Red Oak get much? Most of the time we don't, but I'm always worried. It's a little early to say, but it does look like it will be moving towards the Red Oak area later on this evening. So just to kind of, again, put this here where you can see this. So this storm right here continuing to move on to the east, it will eventually move towards Venus and Alvarado into the Mansfield area. It's kind of moving in there now towards Midlothian, Red Oak, Oak Leaf, Ovilla, that area too. So yeah, if you're east of this storm, that's where this thing is moving. So as it continues to move eastward, assuming this storm holds together, that's what we're looking at. But there's not anything across the rest of our area. We'll kind of go do a broader view here. I'm not seeing anything outside of just that storm. So right now there's really nothing else happening at this point. So, you know, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. Now, that said, let's take a look at this storm on the velocity view here. And yeah, just there's a lot of noise here. It's really hard to see a lot of detail because of the proximity to the radar. I am seeing stronger winds here, but again, it's hard to see if we have any kind of rotation or anything like that going on. Levi Courtney, you're saying CR 913 and Joshua had some intense rotation and pea-sized hail. It's really hard to tell at this very moment whether we're seeing some rotation in that area. Just because when it gets closer to the radar screen, it's hard to tell. Nathan Seward, will the cap hold for Waxahachie? Cap is pretty weak at this point, so the cap doesn't really seem to be much of a expectation right now. Now, again, it's close to the radar, so we're not getting as good a view. There goes that old warning there, just the new severe thunderstorm warning now, and that runs until 7:30. Now, as far as this storm here, and Kim, you said it looks like Maypearl's in the clear. You're in the clear for this storm. Doesn't mean we can't have more as we go through the evening. But this storm here, we are seeing, again, it's distorted because it's so close to that radar. It's kind of hard to tell. But we are seeing some curvature in this storm. It has a history of trying to rotate. I know that the Godley Fire Department put out a concern of rotation and a possible debris field. To this point, I haven't seen anything to substantiate that. But again, I wasn't on the ground with them looking at that. So it's hard to make a judgment call on that just from my position because I wasn't seeing that. But we are seeing that curvature with that storm. So as it continues to move eastward, we will be watching that to see what we can expect from this storm, if there might be some rotation trying to take shape in that particular storm. It's going to continue to move to the east, towards Venus, towards Midlothian. I would say in the Midlothian area, you'll start feeling this storm really any time now. Looks like the leading edge of that storm is trying to move eastward here. And some folks saying that the audio is low. I apologize if that's the case. I've had some weird things going on with the audio because I'm looking at it right now, and the program I'm running looks like it's maxed out on audio, but that isn't always the case. So Not too sure what's going on there, so I apologize that the quality, just isn't there. It's hard to say sometimes because it's giving me mixed signals here. Let's see, crazy wind in Keene now. So yeah, I mean, northern Johnson County getting this storm, and it's going to continue to move eastward. The farther away it gets from the radar, the better look at this storm we're going to get. So looks like just south of Briar Oaks here. Definitely seeing what could be a bit of a hook there. So let's see if we can get a better view on the velocity here. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, again, there's a lot of noise here. When you're close to the radar sometimes, it's very hard to see. But I would venture to say south of Briar Oaks could very well be looking at rotation that is trying to tighten up there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so south of Briar Oaks, I mean, you can see, again, it's noisy, so it's not as clear, but definitely seeing increasing wind speeds. But I would venture to say, I mean, if we look at this trend a little bit, yeah. So, I mean, it's, again, very close to, Amanda, we've talked about timelines. We'll try to, we'll get there. We'll go over that timeline again. But yeah, what I'm seeing here, we're seeing those increasing winds, and I would venture to say that although it's noisy here, kind of hard to see, I think we are looking at some inflow there. So I do think that we are looking at that rotation trying to ramp up here. So that's northern, here's Cleburne, here's Keene. It's going to be north of Keene. That's where we're looking at some possible rotation, trying to get organized again, trying to ramp up there as it moves towards the Venus area. So if you're in Venus, you're in Lillian, you're in Midlothian, you're in Alvarado, you need to be paying attention to this storm. We already have a severe thunderstorm warning in place, and we could be looking at this storm trying to form a hook. I mean, I'm looking at this, and we still have some of that distortion there. The farther it gets away from the radar, the better picture we're going to get. But I mean, I'm looking at this, and I see a pretty well-established supercell shape here, and that's where we would see that rotation, and we can already see the hook echo kind of taking shape there. Let's see. Yeah, and Terry putting the link to the YouTube channel there. Here's the thing, the YouTube channel, just a quick bit of housekeeping there. Heard a lot of people tell me that they love to put the YouTube channel up on the TV, much better quality there. Facebook tends to compress their content, so a better picture sometimes is going to be on that YouTube stream. So I appreciate you putting the link out there. This is the storm we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 7:30. That's about 40 minutes from now, and you can see it goes all the way into northwestern quadrant of Ellis County here. And yes, Brenda, the outdoor graduation is planned in Ennis tonight. That will start at 8 o'clock, so we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, though, this storm well away from Ennis at this point, does not look like it's moving that direction. Graduation starts a little over an hour from now. I'm sure there's already people there at the stadium, but that's the good news, is that we're not really expecting folks to be impacted by this particular storm. So we're going to keep an eye on the velocity here. I want to see the update. Here's the storm. You can see how much noise there is in the vicinity of that radar. But I want to see if we can get a better picture of the possible rotation that's trying to intensify there. Again, that's going to be north of Keene, northwest of Alvarado. So I want to see what this does, see if we can get an update on the radar here. Should get one very soon. And Joey Christian, you're asking about Palmer. It's too far away from Palmer. And you can see Palmer behind my back here. It's far enough away from Palmer. It's hard to say if that area is going to get impacted by this storm. We'll have a better idea as this thing begins moving through Ellis County. But we will definitely, of course, let you know. So we kind of have to wait and see a little bit. I know people hate to hear that. So here's the update on that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm seeing now that the National Weather Service has updated that severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable threat. That's going to be hail 1 3/4 inches in diameter. So the hail threat is increasing with this storm. No, that's not what I want. Hold on, folks. I'm trying to make sure I trying to pull up a picture somebody sent, but they're not wanting to do that. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna have to try that later. But we're looking at 1 3/4 inch size hail, basically golf ball size hail in that area possible with this storm. Okay, so we do have a report now. 2 miles south-southwest of Crowley in Johnson County reports golf ball size hail. So that's going to be that update from the National Weather Service. That was just a few minutes ago, had that report of golf ball size hail in this storm. So that upgrades this storm now. That has now upgraded this storm, and let's get a view on this. A couple of things going on with this. So this is going to get busy here. A couple of things we need to talk about. First, the hail sizes with this storm are going up as we now have a report near Crowley of a golf ball size hailstone. So golf ball size hail possible with that storm. This is going to be a very dangerous storm. Golf ball size, that's when you really start to ramp up the possible damage with this storm. So this is moving in the Briar Oaks, Burleson area right now up to Rendon towards Mansfield, and this storm will continue to move eastward. So it is moving towards Venus, could clip the Alvarado area, moving through Lillian right now, eventually moving towards Midlothian. Looks like it's going to stay north of Maypearl. So Meredith Jones, you just got the extreme thunderstorm warning. So that's when you have weather call. That's the reason that weather call is so great. When that is changed, when that upgrades, when you now have to look at this storm as a possible catastrophic severe thunderstorm, as opposed to just a regular severe thunderstorm, you're going to get that call, hey, this thing's upgraded. This thing is intensifying, so we have to pay attention to that. So golf ball sized hail possible, if not larger than that. This storm continues to intensify. It's moving into very, very unstable air at this point, and it's got nothing to slow it down. This storm has all the fuel it needs to continue to intensify and pick up speed. Let me, of course, remind you that we're not looking at storms across the rest of our area. Just Johnson and Ellis counties right now, really the northern parts of Johnson, southern part of our area at this point. If we broaden this out, we will be watching this storm as it gets closer. That's moving towards Hamilton right now. Once it kind of moves beyond Hamilton, could be moving towards Meridian, Glen Rose, Granbury there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that storm. But at this point, the greater concern is with this storm in parts of Johnson County. If we take a look at the velocity view here, I'm still not seeing a big thumbs up on a rotation here, but there's so much noise, it is kind of hard to see at this point with that particular storm. Now, as far as where this storm is going, let's put this back into motion, zoom out a little bit. I know there's folks in Ellis County that are going to start watching this. At this point, I know Waxahachie, parts of Waxahachie are included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't look to be a big threat for Waxahachie at this time. So that's where we're looking at. Part of Waxahachie is in that severe thunderstorm warning. You notice that this thing gets wider as it goes. That's because you have to account sometimes for these storms. They could take a right turn and go more towards Waxahachie, could stay true, go more towards the Midlothian area, could take a left turn, could go up into southern Dallas County. We have to wait and see what this thing does, but that's why you have kind of that widening mouth on the end of that warning, because there could be variations in that storm's track. So we have to continue to watch this. If you're in Waxahachie, you're not imminently threatened at this moment, but we will have to watch this storm as it continues to move on to the east here. We'll watch this one, and we will be watching this southern quadrant of that storm, the base of that storm in that area. So we'll continue to monitor this very closely and make sure that we are not looking at a major severe weather situation. Hopefully we're not, but we have gotten reports of golf ball sized hail with this particular storm. So just keep that in mind. As this storm moves eastward, we will continue to watch for signs of rotation. We will go ahead and check the velocity view again. And as it moves farther away from the radar, we're going to get a better look here. So I think where it's cutting out, I think it's kind of clipping here on the software. So hopefully we have fixed that here. So here's what we're watching. This is the part of the storm, and you can see plenty of gusty winds in the area between Burleson and Venus here. So sound is intermittently cutting out on YouTube, but not Facebook. So it looks like YouTube maybe having I just got done talking about how great the quality is on YouTube, and now apparently there's an audio issue there. So we are live on Facebook and X as well. So if you need another place to watch, those are the other options. Hopefully YouTube gets that figured out soon, because I mean it's not definitely not ideal. So I know that there's a lot of folks looking in the Midlothian area, waiting for this storm to arrive. And so for the Midlothian area, there's not an immediate, not an imminent tornado threat, but we are watching this storm for the possibility of some rotation in the southern part of that storm. Right now, the greatest concern from this storm is going to be large hail. We've had confirmation near Crowley of at least a golf ball sized hail stone that fell there. So when you have that happen, you're going to judge a storm by the largest hailstone that you see. That was a golf ball sized hailstone that was seen. And so this is capable of at least golf ball sized hail. That's when you really start to ramp up your damage, is when you have golf ball sized hail going on. So just keep that in mind as this storm continues to move through, at this point, northern and northeastern Johnson County here, and then moving towards parts of northwestern Ellis County. So just mixed reviews on the audio on YouTube. Not sure what's going on. Somebody said leave the stream and come back, and that fixes it apparently. So hopefully that is the case. Gma on YouTube, when the storm passes Arlington, are we done for the night? No. Unfortunately, we could see more storms. This severe thunderstorm watch goes until midnight here. At this point, this is really the only storm that is affecting our 4-county area. Now, you're done for a while at least, but we'll have to wait and see what happens as we go forward with these storms as we go through the evening. But right now, the greatest concern with this storm, as it continues to move towards Venus, towards Midlothian, towards Cedar Hill, moving through Mansfield now, is going to be large hail. That is the main issue with this storm. That is the main concern here. As it continues to move eastward, that could very well impact the Red Oak area. Right now, Waxahachie doesn't look to be under the gun for this storm, but if it takes a right turn, that could change. So just keep watching this thing. If you're in Waxahachie, you're okay now, but we will have to watch this as we continue to go through the evening. Looking at velocity here, we definitely have some strong winds in this storm. I'm not seeing any major concerns right now with rotation. Now we do have, let me check on this a little bit and kind of locate what we're looking at. Yeah, so this would have to be farther back in this area. Again, it's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at there. There's so much noise with the radar, but I'm not seeing too much of a concern at this point for rotation. If anything, we could be looking at outflow winds here, and that would limit rotation closer to the storm, or at least it could. So that is what we're watching right now as far as that storm. Doesn't look like rotation is keeping any organization at this point, but we will have to watch that. Yes, Denise on YouTube, severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 yes, and that's the warning that we've been showing here. So looks like CBS has that too. So yes, this is the severe thunderstorm warning that we have been watching here in parts of Ellis, Johnson, Dallas, and Tarrant County. So you can see they've shaved that back there to clear parts of northern Johnson County. So now this warning only includes parts of northeastern Johnson County, northwestern Ellis County, southwestern Dallas County, and southeastern Tarrant County here. So from Mansfield on down to Alvarado and Venus, over to Midlothian, parts of Waxahachie, and just west of Red Oak there. So that's our severe thunderstorm warning. That continues on until, I believe, 7:30 there. Several questions about Maypearl here. The storm is north of Maypearl. So let me put this back into motion so you can kind of see where this thing is going here. So that's the direction. It's moving east. So at this point, it will stay north of the Maypearl area. That's the expectation right now. that it will be moving north of that area. So here's the radar update here, the kind of the latest image. Looks like maybe we skipped one because it kind of jumps over there. But that's what we're seeing. Now, we are seeing part of this. Looks like it's trying to move a little bit more southwest, and I mentioned the outflow. So looks like that's what we're seeing there. You can see this kind of this vague line from Cleburne on up towards Alvarado there. So we'll see what this does. And back towards Godley, you see another little green blip there. That could be a new storm developing. So I think we skipped a radar frame there. I thought it was a minute before we saw an update there. So this is the storm moving right in towards the Venus area there, but it looks like this could be taking a little bit of a right turn, could be building farther south, so that could impact parts of Waxahachie as we continue to go through the evening. So that's why you have to hang with us. That's why, again, like I said, this watch kind of widens a little bit at the end because there's possible variations in the motion of that storm. That can also sometimes be an indication that storm is trying to rotate. So let's get the velocity view here. I'm continuing to see very strong winds in this storm. We've already had confirmation here of golf ball sized hail happening in this storm. We're now seeing very strong winds with this storm. So south of Lillian, north of Alvarado, very strong winds possible. And I would venture to say here, it almost looks to me like we could be looking at kind of a downburst or a microburst, something of that sort in that storm. So in the core of that storm where you had that hail core, we'll look at that as well. Not really showing much of a hail core here. So it looks like that might be the proximity to the radar there. So it's hard to tell, again, between Alvarado and Lillian. So yeah, we're looking at this, may have to get a more of a distance away from the radar. It's looking very close there. Sometimes you have to look a little farther up in the cloud to see that. So it's hard to tell right now, but pretty decent hail core showing up here on this view of the radar near Lillian. That's also where we have some very strong winds. So this is an intensifying storm at this point, and now they've updated to destructive. So 2-inch hail possible with 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this storm continues to intensify here. At this point, I think we need to handle this storm as a potentially, the wording is there from the National Weather Service. So this is a destructive storm at this time. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. 2-inch hail is possible, along with 80-mile-per-hour winds. And if we're looking at 2-inch hail, that's hen egg hail. That's what this is telling me. Hen egg hail there. That's what it says. So basically chicken egg sized hail possible with this storm. I always try to double check that because I always get my sizes, the comparison off a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, so just got the extreme wind warning. So that's going to be where, again, if you have weather call, you're going to get that call saying, hey, we're looking at pretty serious winds with this storm. 80-mile-per-hour winds possible. Golf ball, again, egg-sized hail possible with this storm. This storm needs to be taken very, very seriously. We have seen this steadily increasing in intensity here, and it is moving towards Venus, towards Midlothian here. So that's where this storm is headed. If you're in the Midlothian area, I need you to, at very least, you don't have to take shelter for a tornado at that point. This is not a tornado threat at this time, not anything imminent, but we are absolutely looking at an increasing threat of large hail moving towards the Midlothian area right now. Large hail, damaging winds possible here. 80-mile-per-hour winds with egg-sized hail possible with this storm per the National Weather Service at this time. So this is a very intense storm that we are looking at here. It continues to intensify here. This is a very intense, you can see the split. That is another kind of sign that is very characteristic of these supercell thunderstorms that continue to intensify. So we have a little bit of a right turn here. So Midlothian, Venus, you're under the gun for this storm. make sure you're indoors. If you can be, get away from windows. This could be headed towards Waxahachie if we continue to see a right turn here. And it does look like this storm is trying to maybe trend a little bit more southwesterly. So if you're in Waxahachie, you have to be watching for this storm here in the next several minutes. So this is the storm we're looking at. The greatest threat for hail south of Mansfield right now. So this storm continues to move on to the east here, and you can see what looks like another storm starting to develop just outside of Burleson here. So this is the storm we're looking at right now. This storm continues to intensify. As I said, we are looking at the potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds and also egg-sized hail possible with this particular storm. We are not kidding around with this thing. This is not any kind of a joke. This is a very intense storm. What I need you to do is go ahead, let's share this stream. Go ahead and hit that share button. Make sure that folks, especially folks in Venus and Midlothian, are aware of this storm. Waxahachie, Red Oak as well. Anywhere in northern Ellis County, you need to be paying attention to this storm right now. 80-mile-per-hour winds. If you remember March 8th, Waxahachie, March 8th, Ennis, that area. Fortunately, Ennis is not under the gun for this storm at this time. We're going to have to continue to watch it, though, to see if it takes that right turn. But in Waxahachie, Waxahachie, Midlothian, Venus, Alvarado, those areas are under the gun for this storm right now. And if you remember, March 8th, that was wind-driven hail that caused all of that damage. That is possible again with this storm. So we need to be paying attention to this. Getting hail at the Mansfield Police Department, grape-sized hail. So thank you, Alejandro, for that report. And we don't have anything from the National Weather Service confirming that egg-sized hail at this point. Actually, let me scroll down here. I missed that. So we have a report of tennis ball-sized hail near Godley. Now that was quite some time ago. So that's kind of an old report. But we are looking at a couple of things on this storm. The hail core continues to intensify, which is why the National Weather Service has updated this to a potentially destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We are also seeing that curvature beginning to take shape near Venus. So I will not be opposed to saying that this is probably trying to rotate at this time. We'll continue to watch that as well. Emergency manager in Briar Oaks reporting hail of 1.2 inches. So again, that's getting in that larger hail area. That's more kind of golf ball size. So that was about 20 minutes ago. So this storm, the National Weather Service has reported that this storm is possible in that largest. Okay, yeah. So here's that update. So this storm continuing to look very concerning to me. This is kind of taking a right turn. If you're in Waxahachie, I want you paying very close attention right now to this storm. Moving into Venus, moving into Midlothian, the National Weather Service has reported this as 80-mile-per-hour winds possible with large hail the size of, possibly up to the size of eggs, possible in that area right now. Hearing that there's small hail in the Venus area right now. So that's what I'm hearing from Venus. So getting more reports now, and I know we've got more people jumping into the stream. So this storm in the Midlothian and Venus area, I think you may get small hail before that larger hail arrives. And I appreciate all of your hail reports there. But the National Weather Service, just so you're aware, we got a lot of new people jumping into the stream here. Just so you are aware, we are looking at a storm where winds of 80 miles per hour and egg-sized hail are possible in this storm, and that is coming directly from the National Weather Service. So Alejandro in Mansfield saying that, hang on, I'm getting a lot of messages here trying to keep an eye on this. Okay. Looks like that's something we can look at later. Okay, getting some reports here. So pea-sized hail in Midlothian. I'm hearing that the hail died off pretty quickly at the Mansfield Police Department. The largest hail probably moved south of that area. I think it's moving in some of this rural area south of Mansfield. So as it moves into more of the urban areas, we'll see what the reports are. So right now, this storm moving into the Midlothian and Venus area here. Let's take a look at a couple of things. Let's first look at the velocity view. We have, looks like the winds may be calming down on this storm at this point. We'll keep an eye on that, but it looks like the winds could be dying down ever so slightly. We'll take a look at this. Yeah, okay, so it looks like the winds may be calming down from this storm. They moved into the Venus area and they're moving out ahead of the storm. So the winds may be calming down from what they were. It looked like they peaked here. Okay, so it looks like the winds may be calming down a little bit. Might have been a microburst or downburst in that area, and then now it may be kind of starting to decline a little bit in intensity. And then we will take a look at the hail core here. So still plenty of hail in this storm. So just be concerned about that if you're in Venus, Midlothian area. So it looks like that hail core probably intensifying there as that now moves into northwestern Ellis County out of northeastern Johnson County. Now I know there's a lot of folks in Ennis right now that are looking at, hey, what's going to happen here? Looks like this storm at this point is tracking north of Ennis. This is not in the Ennis area right now. So just keep that in mind, that we are not looking at this storm expecting to impact the Ennis area. I want to take a look, see if I can see on any TxDOT cameras what we're seeing north of Waxahachie right now. Looks like they're going to take a while to load, so I'll let that sit there. But this is the storm. It's moving into the Midlothian area right now, impacting parts of Venus. That's going to continue to move on east, possibly trying to move a little bit southeast. So you can see here, Waxahachie is kind of on the edge of this warning and could be impacted by this storm very soon. We'll see what the National Weather Service does. This warning has about another 15 minutes with it, so we'll see what they want to do. And not really seeing much north of Waxahachie. Not getting a whole lot of detail here. Let me see if that might change. Okay, yeah, hard to see too much detail. I'm looking at some TxDOT cameras right now. Can't really see a whole lot of detail here in those cameras, so not getting that great a picture. But large hail is possible at this point. It's hard to know exactly what we're going to expect from this storm. The National Weather Service marked this thing as possibly destructive as 80-mile-per-hour winds and very large hail, the size of from golf ball to hen egg size hail possible. Now I'm hearing reports of the Venus area getting maybe some quarter size, some grape sized hail in that area. A grape size is hard to call because grapes can be different sizes. We try to stay with something standardized there. We're also getting some gusty winds out ahead of that storm, probably some outflow here. So that's moving towards Rio Vista, towards Grandview. That'll be moving towards Waxahachie and Maypearl at this point. So if you're getting some of those gustier winds, maybe some of that rain-cooled air, it is possible that you could be getting some gusty winds that are not necessarily attached to or at least a sign that the storm itself is headed your direction. So if you're getting those gusty winds, southern Johnson County, western Ellis County, away from those storms, away from this storm at least, that is a possibility. So again, this is not headed towards Ennis at this time. Looks like that will stay north of the Ennis area. I know that people are waiting for graduation to start in about 45 minutes there. But yeah, we're not looking at that headed towards the Ennis area at this point. This storm moving east, I would say at this point, maybe trying to move a little bit southeast. Looks like due east at this point. If I had to call it, looks like it's due east motion here. So looks like it will clip Waxahachie here. Doesn't look like most of that will hit Waxahachie. Northern Waxahachie, between Waxahachie and Red Oak there, I think that's probably where we're going to see the greatest likelihood of this particular storm. But you can see that hail core continues there. At this point, northern Venus, maybe southern parts of Midlothian there. So the National Weather Service updating that severe thunderstorm warning. Winds of 65 miles per hour possible. So the winds have died down in this storm, but 2-inch hail still possible in this particular storm. That's hen egg sized hail. very large hail possible south of Midlothian here. So that's where we're looking at this, and that hail core looks like it could be getting ready to intensify. It could be intensifying now. So yeah, reports of golf ball sized hail reported in Midlothian. Let's see here. Okay, that's not this area. So yeah, so getting multiple reports of hail across our area here in the Midlothian area. So from Midlothian to Mount Peak, getting reports of hail in that particular area as we go forward here. And it's a little tough to call the timing on the Palmer area. I would say for Palmer, this storm is probably going to be near that area in the next, 30 to 45 minutes here. This storm is moving. Let's get a speed on this. Moving east at 35. So yeah, I mean, I would say for the Palmer area, I would say this is probably moving moving into the Palmer area in the next, maybe 45 minutes or so, 30, 45 minutes. And that's, I mean, the leading edge of it is getting pretty close to that area. So you'll start feeling it in Palmer in the next 10 to 15 minutes, but the heaviest part of this storm going to be kind of lagging behind. So this storm is moving towards parts of Waxahachie here. Again, Waxahachie probably going to get clipped by this. Looks like the heaviest part will be headed more towards northern Waxahachie, Sardis, Starrett area there. That's kind of where we're looking at the greatest concern at this point. So getting various sizes of hail reported right now. So quarter size hail, saw golf ball size hail in Mount Peak area. So that's what we're seeing there. Let's take a look at the velocity view here, see if these winds are trying to increase. Now here south of Midlothian, we will have to continue to monitor that to make sure we're not looking at any kind of rotation, but we will keep an eye on that here. As we go forward in the next several minutes, but we'll be watching that for you. It looks like that outflow may be just ahead of that hook, so that would help. Gabrielle Anderson, I must have missed your question there, but we are working on getting all the details out that we can about this particular storm. So let's kind of give another view of this. So let's back this up a little bit, kind of give you an idea of what to expect. So a little storm there in Ferris as well. That's not this main storm, but this particular storm going to be moving towards at least parts of Waxahachie here. It's still showing maybe a bit of a southeast curve there. So I'm looking at this storm. If you're in Waxahachie, you do need to pay attention to this storm right now because it continues to try to pull a little bit more southeast as it continues to move on to the east. So Waxahachie, I would say at least the northern half of Waxahachie could actually get part of this storm. Could be some large hail attached to that. And with that said, let me open the window a little bit here so I can kind of get an idea of maybe what occurs here, because it looks like we may actually get some of that hail core here at the studio. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go forward here. And we still have that little attempt at a hook here, so we'll continue to monitor that as well. Okay, so hail, this particular storm, hen egg sized hail is still possible with this storm. I'm getting some pictures from the Midlothian area right now. Looks like the hail that I'm seeing there is probably closer to about $quarter to $half size, but I'm not sure what part of Midlothian that is. Well, there's some larger hailstones in that for sure, but it's hard. It's just showing it on the ground, so it's hard to say. So as this continues to move on, Yvonne, you're asking about the Scarborough Renaissance Festival area. Looks like the heaviest part of this storm probably staying north of that area, but we are looking at this hail core moving towards the Waxahachie area. The winds were originally estimated to reach 80 miles per hour in this storm. That has since been downgraded to 65 miles per hour. So we're probably not looking at the heaviest part of that storm having those 80 mile per hour winds at this point. Looks like that has subsided, but the hail threat continues for this storm. So hen egg sized hail is possible with this storm. It looks like the reports that we're getting are a little more focused maybe towards golf ball sized hail in terms of what's realistic, or at least what we're getting reports of in the last several minutes here. Okay, getting a report of quarter-size hail at 663 and 287. So getting multiple reports there, just varying sizes of hail reports with that storm. And I want to make sure that we broaden this out a little bit here and talk about the storm heading in from the southwest. This is moving between Gainesville and Hamilton here. So we will have to watch that storm as well. That could threaten our area as it continues to get closer, but that's quite a ways away. The main storm in our area right now is right here, moving through Midlothian right now, moving towards Waxahachie. And we're going to have to continue to watch this little tail here. We will have to watch that to see if that can maintain some rotation as we go through the next several minutes. And we see here, we are definitely starting to see some curvature in the winds that are reported south of Midlothian. This is west of Waxahachie right now. If you're in Waxahachie, you need to be paying attention to this storm, as we could be looking at signs of it trying to rotate here. So we'll continue to monitor this. We definitely have stronger winds beginning to pick up with this storm. So it is an intensifying storm at this time. If you're in Waxahachie, listen up. Listen up and start paying attention. We have large hail in this storm already falling. We've already had multiple reports of that. Reports of quarter-size hail from the Venus area. That's from the National Weather Service. So we're not getting a lot of confirmation of that 2-inch hail, but it is definitely possible. And we will have to continue to watch this area of that storm to see if rotation is trying to take hold in this particular storm right now west of Waxahachie. I want you to go ahead and share this stream. Make sure you're signed up for Weather Call tonight, especially if you're downstream from this storm. Make sure that you are paying very close attention to this as we go through the next several minutes here. So this is Waxahachie right here. This storm continuing to threaten that area, and we will have to watch in Ennis. I know that in Ennis right now, you're getting ready to have an outdoor graduation. This storm could threaten the Ennis area if it continues to take this right turn. So if you're in Ellis County right now, you have to be paying attention to this particular storm. As I show this, we are getting a little bit more southerly trend from this particular storm. So we are going to see this trend southward just a little bit. It is moving towards Waxahachie now. We had originally hoped that maybe it would move north of that area. It's continued to trend southward. Looks like the heaviest part of the storm may actually stay south of Red Oak at this point, but just moving towards Waxahachie right now. Very intense storm. May stay north of the lake there. It's a little unsure at this point. Kind of depends on where this storm trends as it continues on, but moving towards Palmer, towards Garrett, could be moving towards Ennis in the next several minutes. If you're watching, if you're at that graduation, I hope that Ennis ISD is watching this stream, because we could be looking at a dangerous situation approaching the Ennis area. But right now, the main concern is Waxahachie, Midlothian. That storm is still there. So, I mean, we'll have to watch and see if that thing will continue to move out here. And we will watch this very, very closely. And still reports of golf ball size hail reported in southern Midlothian. So yeah, mostly pea size, some golf ball size in Midlothian right now. That's the report that we're getting there. Now I will tell you, there's several people asking about the Maypearl area. Looks like that's going to stay north of Maypearl here. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. This is a considerable damage threat for parts of Ellis, Kaufman. Yeah, here's that new warning. So this does include Ennis here. If you're at that graduation, we need to be paying attention to this right now. This has a hook that continues to hold shape there. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning. This is go time, folks. If you're in Waxahachie, I want you to make sure that you're away from windows in the path of this storm. If you're in Ennis right now, if you're at that graduation, listen to the instructions from the people who are there to keep you safe. This is a time to pay very close attention, and let's be Texans in a spring storm here. We know how to do this, folks. We know how to handle this stuff, and this is a storm that is going to do everything that May storms often try to do. It is going to challenge our ability to hang with it. We're Texans, we know how to handle this stuff. This storm moving into Waxahachie right now, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:30. They have projected this thing quite a ways out. So you can see it goes all the way into northern Navarro County, western Henderson County, southern Kaufman County here. This is a classic supercell if I ever saw one. Large hail possible with this storm. Damaging winds will be possible as well. And once this storm continues to move through, we will be watching that southern corridor to see if we get any kind of well-established rotation in that's north of Maypearl right now. That's going to be west of Waxahachie. That's going to be close to Scarborough Renaissance Festival, that area. I want to say at this point, we have not seen well-established rotation at this time, but I will tell you that we are seeing, I'm going to call that probably looking at least broad rotation right now, because I think we can pretty well see some inflow there. So there is at least some broad rotation west of Waxahachie in that storm. I'm not seeing anything that immediately has me concerned at this time. So there goes Weather Call Next Gen. Let's give that a listen. That'll give me a chance to catch my breath.
Please press 1. Otherwise, that concludes this weather notification message.
Oh, I guess I missed it.
If you'd like to hear this message again,
hang on.
Press 1.
Okay, let's try to...
If you'd like to hear this message again, please press 1.
Well, possibly a little bit of a misfire there from maybe Weather Calls trying to catch up with its breath like I am. But this is where we're watching the possibility of some rotation trying to get a hold here. We're getting reports of a lot of scud clouds where that rotation is, where that hook is. So that tells me that updraft is picking up pace. So that's exactly what I would expect to see. So west of Waxahachie, we have some possible rotation here. That is something to pay very close attention to. Ping-pong-sized hail reported 4 miles south-southeast of Midlothian. Something to definitely pay very close attention to here. And that was 4 miles south-southeast of Midlothian, reported at 7:18, about 10 minutes ago, a report of ping-pong-sized hail. Something else you're noticing here, and I want you in Waxahachie to pay attention to this. You see how this is starting to bow out here, and you can really see that in the last few frames. You see that there? That is where we could be looking at winds really picking up pace there. So a large hail and damaging wind threat with this particular storm. The estimations with this storm, let's see. Man, there's too much coming through. I needed to stay right there. So the hail size they're calling for, again, is golf ball size. That's really the only kind of confirmation we've received with this at this point. So golf ball size hail possible with this. I'm not able to put streets up here at the moment. So unfortunately, at the moment, we're not, well, let's see. When we put streets up there, the towns get much smaller, but we'll see what we can do here. That's one of the only drawbacks with Radar Omega. Love this program, but some of the views are just, it's hard to do both at the same time effectively. That's not what I wanted. Come on now, we don't have time for this. Let's see, okay. Okay, so you see how the towns just got a lot smaller, but this does allow us to see the roads. So here is 66 here. This is FM 66 west of Waxahachie. There's 876 north of Maypearl. That's where we have that hook echo. At this point, and I'm going to, I mean, the towns are just too small there, and I know folks are going to be wanting to see that. So we're just going to have to, let's see, we'll go with that. So here's Waxahachie. This is north of Maypearl where we're seeing this hook. I've not received anything absolutely confirming rotation at this point, but we'll take another look at that. Again, I would say that's broad rotation at this time. I'm not seeing anything that has me too concerned at this moment, but we will have to watch that because you see how we have the green coming in and the red kind of curving a little bit there. That has me concerned. So we will have to monitor that as we go through the next several minutes here. But this storm, the primary risk at this moment with this storm is going to be the large hail that is possible with this storm. The National Weather Service continuing to at least warn of the possibility of golf ball sized hail. Strong winds are definitely possible in this storm as well. You can see the south side of this continuing to kind of make that bow shape. So that primarily at this point is a concern that we could be looking at stronger winds moving southward. Okay, so I'm getting reports of we'll have to watch this storm to the southwest. So it's getting closer to our area, but it's not here yet. The main storm right now moving through parts of Waxahachie here. And as I've mentioned, if you look at this, you can kind of see that bow shape. That's where we're possibly looking at some of these stronger winds. Now I'm north of Waxahachie, and I'm not seeing hail at this point, or at least it's not enough that I'm noticing it. So I'm a little farther north in Waxahachie, probably where the hail core is, or is at least nearby. Okay, quarter-size hail by the police station in Waxahachie. Okay, so yeah, quarter-size hail in the Waxahachie area over by Felty Elementary, so that's going to be south of me, near the police station as well. So pea-sized hail in the Waxahachie there. Yeah, so parts of Waxahachie getting a lot of hail. Looks like that may be south of me at this point, as far as where that hail core is at this time. But hail is definitely happening in this storm right now. Plenty of hail, getting reports of that in Waxahachie. And strong winds will continue in this storm as well. We are watching this area of the storm west of Waxahachie to see if that is able to establish some rotation. We've heard that there are some scud clouds. That's going to be those kind of messy clouds that are moving up into the storm. We've heard reports of that, and that is where we're going to see that updraft increasing. Sometimes that is a sign that rotation could intensify as well. But we've seen rotation not really be able to take hold in this storm at this time. It seems to be struggling to really kind of do that at this point. I'm going to let me see if we can get a better map up here that's going to give us both. So okay, here we go. So this gives us a little bit better idea, not only of the towns, but here we can see the roads here. So this is 66. Here's Waxahachie. There's 287 and 35. That's where those come together. So this grade presentation is finally able to give me both here. We don't have the satellite that looks as good, but we can deal with that. So 35 here, 287. So 35 going through Waxahachie, that's 77 here. So that's what we're looking at in terms of where that hail core is. Definitely right there in the Waxahachie area right now. Hail at the high school there in Waxahachie. So lots of hail being reported there, and really the largest hail is probably going to be from the Sardis area to, again, right at the crossroads there, 287 and 35. That's probably where we're looking at the largest hail at this time, but looks like that's beginning to stretch on towards downtown at this point. So we're looking at, again, we're looking back at this area, so that's 1446 and 66. This is west of Waxahachie, probably right around Scarborough Renaissance Festival here. So that's what we're paying attention to. And thank you to Carol for your PayPal donation. Greatly appreciated there. West of Waxahachie, this is what we're watching. We are not seeing rotation at this point. I haven't seen a particular concern for rotation at this time. I will tell you that, again, we're seeing those winds increasing here, or at least staying steady. So I think we may see some broad rotation, but at this time, I don't see anything that has me immediately concerned about rotation at this point. If we look at the hail core here, this is a little behind, but this is what we were talking about. Mostly northern Waxahachie, right there where 287 and 35 come together. That's going to be your highest likelihood of getting hail at this time. So again, from Waxahachie north, that is where we are mostly concerned. So let's kind of get okay. Just kind of trying to keep up with the chatter here. So let's get a broader view here and just show you this is the storm we're watching. Moving through parts of Waxahachie right now. Going to be moving towards Palmer here, moving into the Palmer area. The question is whether it moves into the Ennis area. Ennis, you are included in the severe thunderstorm warning at this time. So as it continues on, we could see it continue to trend southward a little bit. So if you're in Ennis, you need to be paying attention to this very closely. If you're in Ennis, you're at very least in range for lightning out of this storm. So just keep that in mind for one. But we are looking at a hail threat with this storm. At this point, looks like it may try to stay north of Ennis, but it's really unclear because it has shown multiple opportunities for that to trend southeastward. So we will continue to monitor that for Ennis. I know there's a graduation there getting ready to start. I have not heard anything from Ennis ISD in terms of if they are planning to do any kind of delays here. I will see if there's anything posted there. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new there. Yeah, not seeing anything new from Ennis ISD, but I'm sure if you folks are there, you probably see that storm in the distance. But if you're in Ennis, you need to pay attention to the folks who are running that show there, because they will let you know if you need to take shelter or what the required action is. So Baylor, Scott, and White hearing that there's dime to penny-sized hail at that area. Okay, so Ennis, no delay in Ennis right now at the graduation. So it's kind of unclear at this point whether Ennis will see this storm. It's hard to say because this thing has tried to kind of turn right a little bit, but at this point it's going to be tough to kind of get an idea one way or the other. Let's take a look at the winds in this storm again. And I'm still a little concerned about the possibility of some rotation over southern parts of Waxahachie here. There's a little bit of noise there. It doesn't look like anything that's terribly organized at this point, but I am still seeing some stronger winds in that part of the storm. This is not the core of the storm. When you have stronger winds closer to more of a rain-free base, that's where you have to be concerned about that. So we will have to pay attention to that as this storm continues on. If anything, that could be the part of the storm that heads towards the Ennis area. So we will pay very close attention to that as this continues to move on to the east, trending a little bit southeast. So again, I'm looking at the possibility maybe of some broad rotation there, but it doesn't look too terribly organized at this time. So, I mean, we're not looking at a tornado warning at this point. National Weather Service doesn't appear to be, taking any action on that. But we've been watching that part of the storm all evening, that we have at least seen some broad rotation in parts of that storm, but we're not seeing anything that is immediately too concerning at this time. So that hail core continues to move through Waxahachie at this point. So really northern Waxahachie right now, really I would say midtown to uptown Waxahachie at this time, seeing some of the heavier precipitation. I'm seeing the rain definitely pick up here at the studio, just over 1/4 of an inch of rain at this point. Now I'm hearing that there's hail at North Grove. That's generally right close to my area. So presumably I may be getting ready to see some hail here in the next few minutes. But we'll see if that moves this way. So here's the storm we're watching. Let me put this into motion again. Thank you to Danielle for your Venmo donation. Greatly appreciated there. Okay, so here's the storm. We're going to put this back into motion so you can kind of see this. If you are in Ennis right now at that graduation, I'm sure there's several people that are watching me in the stands right now. We will keep an eye on this for you. You need to be listening to the instructions of the people there who are there to keep you safe. You're 20 minutes away from this thing starting, and it's hard to tell exactly what part of the storm you're going to get. But my concern at this point, and what I'm watching mostly closely to, is going to be this southern part of the storm. We're getting hail here at the studio here. It looks fairly small from what I can see, but I'm standing here looking at the everything in front of me, so it's really hard to call. But this storm, if anything hits Ennis, it's probably going to be the southern part of this storm, and then just south of Waxahachie. We are watching this little tail here. It has a history of producing some rotation. Nothing has looked too organized. So that's what we're watching. Just south of Waxahachie, that's where we are looking at. If we're going to get rotation, that would be the part of the storm And if anything, again, that's where I'm going to be the most concerned. So we'll have to continue to watch this. Again, south of Waxahachie. Could be looking at some rotation trying to take hold there. It's been messy up to this point, hasn't been terribly organized, but that will be the part of the storm that is headed towards the Ennis area. Just give me 1 second there. Okay, so that's what we're watching. So this part of the tail, this part of the storm here is where we will have to watch and continue to watch for this, the possibility of some rotation. The hail continues in the Waxahachie area. That's going to move over towards the Palmer area there. So that'll be part of what we are watching very closely here. And give me 1 second here. Let me get caught up. Thank you to Danielle, Amy, and Kayla for your Venmo donations. That is greatly appreciated there. So this storm, we've got continued hail in the Waxahachie area, including right over here to our, right here near the studio. And that looks like a pretty decent hail, I would say quarter-size hail here at the studio. That, judging by the one little hailstone I saw there. Yeah, quarter-size hail reported, again, in parts of Waxahachie. Let's, going back through some pictures here, I don't know if we're seeing anything like a cloud base. Okay, yeah, seeing some pictures, maybe some older videos and pictures. Nothing too recent, though, from what I can tell. Let me try to see what we're looking at there. Okay, yeah, just some signs of maybe some weaker rotation, but nothing too recent. But this is the part of the storm we're looking at. You can see they've updated that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, still looking at, okay, well, if you're in Ennis right now, please pay attention to me. We are looking at that, give me 1 second here. Okay, so if you're in Ennis right now, I need you to pay attention. We could be looking at rotation, trying to get more organized here. So this is moving towards the Ennis area. This is the storm currently dropping some hail. Okay, just checking the updates there, but I want to see what this velocity is showing us. I want to see what this says, west of Ennis. We're looking at this, we see that hook continuing to form there, west of Ennis. I want to see what this will show us here in the next update. Because we got a lot of people at a stadium in Ennis, and I'm growing in more concern about the possibility of rotation, trying to get organized south of Waxahachie. Could be a little bit southeast of Waxahachie there. Okay, so we're seeing that it's still a lot of noise. But what I want to show you here is that south of Waxahachie, really south side of Waxahachie, we continue to see some curvature there in that storm. And okay, so hearing that they are making a delay in the graduation in Ennis. Now here's the thing. I mean, you can delay the graduation there in Ennis, but there's still people in the stands. So I want you to be paying attention to this, and I want you to be paying attention to the people there who are running the show, who I'm sure, at least at this point, they're going to have a plan, a safety plan for you. So pay very close attention to the situation in Ennis right now. And I apologize if I get behind on all of the people that are sending in the Venmo donations and things. We may have to kind of not pay as much attention to that, because we are looking at the possibility at this point, the probability that this storm is trying to rotate right now. We have hail falling from Palmer to Waxahachie here, varying sizes depending on where you are. So we have one report of nickel to quarter-size hail in Waxahachie. That's probably about what I saw. But this storm is warned for hail that could be larger than that. So keep that in mind as we go forward. And I see people saying just leave the stadium. Here's the thing. If you're in your car when that rotation comes through, I mean, number one, if everybody leaves the stadium at the same time, do you not understand the traffic issues that can happen there? That may not be a probability here. Okay, well, now we're seeing, this is interesting, so pay attention to this. We're now seeing, you see that, check that out. So right here, you see this little kind of bow here, that is now moving directly towards the Ennis area. So could very well be seeing a downburst, microburst that is now pushing these winds right down towards the Ennis area. If you're in that stadium, please find a way to take shelter immediately. Hail is headed towards the Waxahachie, towards the Ennis area. There is this area of a little hook echo there. We're going to have to continue to monitor that, but in the Ennis area right now, we are looking at this storm, and you can see this. Look at the last couple of frames here, and it was hard to see gradually, but man, that accelerated. Could very well be looking at a downburst that is now shoving this hail core and these winds to the southeast. So that's been a very abrupt development here. If you're in that stadium, please find a way to take shelter immediately in Ennis at that stadium right now. You've been under this severe thunderstorm warning. We knew this was a possibility. That's why they included Ennis in that warning. I hear that they have delayed the graduation there. But if you're in Ennis, I want you to please try to find a way to take shelter at that stadium right now, because we are looking at strong winds, likely strong winds, and hail headed towards that area. Let's take a quick look at the winds here. And we're continuing to look at some broad rotation here. I'm not seeing anything that immediately has me concerned, but I do expect in the next update here to possibly see increasing winds in the Ennis and Garrett area as this now. We've just seen that in the last couple of frames here. We were kind of rocking that back and forth where it's moving right towards that graduation. So at the very least, lightning, heavy rain possible there. But the greatest concern I have right now is that we could be looking at hail moving towards that stadium where there's a number of people waiting for that graduation that I'm told has been delayed here. This is looking at the hail core. Now, this is kind of an older picture here. This is about 10 minutes old. This product tends to run a little behind. So I don't have an update on that, but I will tell you that this storm is making a surge to the southeast, and that's why I'm more concerned about how this might impact the graduation going on right now in Ennis. So you see this, and again, we'll show you this, how quickly this changed here. You can see a little bit of a progression towards Garrett, and then this last frame, it just begins to just push right southeastward, right out of that storm. So that is what we're paying very close attention to in that stadium. So I'm trying to get some information from what is happening there. And here, again, here you have, it's not as drastic at this point, but you continue to see where that storm has taken this southeasterly surge. Okay, so an update on that storm to the southwest. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. In fact, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to move that on another screen so we can keep an eye on that storm. A severe storm moving into Bosque County now. We'll have to pay attention to that here in the next several minutes. But this is the storm we're watching very closely. Okay, so I'm hearing that there's not much action happening at that stadium in Ennis. Okay, so so I'm going to tell you that if you're in Ennis at that graduation, if you can, you got to take shelter from this storm. You may have some large hail and some strong winds headed that direction, and you definitely have a threat of lightning in that area. Okay. So now we have an update to the National Weather Service warning here. Baseball-sized hail possible. That's probably going to be back towards closer to really the east side of Waxahachie here. So that is the concern here. But your phones probably just went off, and if you've got weather call, you're probably going to get that soon too, that this has been an upgraded severe thunderstorm warning now. This could possibly be a destructive storm with baseball-sized hail. Again, this is moving east of Waxahachie proper at this point. This is going to be more towards kind of the Howard area there, and then this is going to be east of Palmer. So this is the warning that you just got here. So this storm capable of baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail at this point. That's why your phones just started to buzz, and you're probably getting some different alerts here. So as that continues to move eastward, you need to be taking shelter at that stadium. I hate to cause pandemonium or panic there. I'm being honest with you folks, and if somebody comes at me tomorrow and says I caused panic, well, you can call the National Weather Service and talk to them as well, because we're all in concert here that this storm could produce baseball-sized hail, and we have already seen this storm take a shift to the southeast. So if you're outside in that stadium, that is not a safe situation. I hope that there are some outdoor warning sirens that are going off in that area right now. Back again, this has moved mostly east of Waxahachie at this point, but the hail in this storm could be intensifying once again here. So in the Ennis area, baseball-sized hail, that storm headed your direction, could very well be moving that way. Now, what's interesting, you can see the hail intensifying west of Palmer, west of Garrett. Now, we're not seeing as much organization in terms of the kind of the tail on that storm. This is what's tough about this storm that we see here. So if you pay attention to this, this is very tricky for that stadium in Ennis. What you can see is back at the Waxahachie area, moving more easterly, and then you see that southeast surge of that storm. But now it's kind of evened out again. What's unpredictable in this storm, is it going to take another surge to the southeast, at which point very large hail, baseball-sized hail, could be impacting that part of the stadium, so the stadium part of Ennis there. So it's unclear. Everything may miss that area, but with the way the storm is moving, you have to be paying attention to the fact that golf ball or even baseball-sized hail is possible in that storm. That's why the National Weather Service has labeled this a possibly destructive storm. The main issue with hail, the main area, the main hail core is going to be west of Ennis, really northwest of Ennis at this time. But again, it's unclear whether we will actually see that take another kind of right turn here, another push to the southeast, and that would put it right there in Ennis proper. So that's what we're paying attention to very closely in this area. This is a very potentially dangerous storm in the Ennis area. So we will continue to monitor this here. Again, like I say, I know that there's a graduation going on there. That is a lot of people out in the open. That is not an ideal situation where we could see baseball-sized hail from this storm. So let's continue to monitor this. We'll see if this takes another right-hand turn here, kind of a southeast turn, because if it does, then we could very well see baseball-sized hail in that vicinity. If we don't, it will be close as this continues to move on to the east, again, with the kind of that southeasterly trend every now and then that we see. Now, I'm getting a question, why did another alert go off in Red Oak? Well, you're still included in this warning. You haven't been excluded from the warning yet. Once they trim that back, that will end the alerts for you, but it's still there. So that warning is still there. So if you're in that polygon, you're going to get that notice in that particular area here. So hearing that there's hail in Palmer. So yeah, from Palmer to Garrett down to at least at this point parts of Ennis, that's where we will be looking at the largest hail possibly falling from this storm. And again, baseball-sized hail is possible with this. A couple of things we're seeing. You can see that hail core, and I'm still seeing this storm trying to make that right turn. If we are fortunate, we may not see that baseball-sized hail at the stadium, but it's close enough that it does need to be paying attention to. So NSISD police getting everyone out of the stands and underneath it now. Thank you so much for the first responders there in Ennis that are keeping people safe. People talk about how great I am. It is you, ladies and gentlemen, who are the actual heroes there. You are the ones responding on the ground, keeping people safe. So thank you so much for what you are doing. We'll continue to watch this southeasterly corridor here of that storm where we could, again, try to see some rotation trying to take hold there. It looks like it's struggled to get organized, but that can very quickly change. So there's two things I'm watching with this particular storm here. We're watching the possibility of very large hail going to be moving right into the Garrett area. This storm is warned for a possibly destructive hail that could be baseball sized. I haven't seen confirmation of baseball sized hail at this time. I've not seen that report, but I have seen the concern, at least from the National Weather Service, which is why all of your phones and all these things, all these notices started coming out that there was an upgrade in that warning because they saw the potential for baseball-sized hail with that storm west of Venice there. We are watching this area. It has struggled to get organized. It has not been able to hold on very well, but it continues on west of Venice. That's where we're seeing the possibility here of that rotation trying to take hold. As we've been talking about all day today, we have very unstable air. So as this storm goes through, there is nothing stopping it at this point. About golf ball size hail around Boise. So that's the report we're getting there. Faith, you're saying your storm chasing baseball size hail is accurate. I'm not sure where you're talking about at this point. Okay, yeah, National Weather Service continues that warning. That's until 8:30. So this warning has about another 30 minutes to go. And I'm sure that will probably be extended because, folks, there's nothing stopping this storm. It is going to continue to absolutely ravage through. Sounds like they've gotten everyone to safety in that stadium there in Ennis. So I appreciate that there are people taking shelter. So golf ball size hail behind the Motorplex. So in the area of the Motorplex, looks like now that's where they have some of that larger hail falling at this point. And I know that hopefully things were wrapping up there so folks can take shelter. Let's see, I want to get to our messages here. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so, all right, so I'm looking at some pictures here, looking at some pictures in the Ennis area, and it does look like, I don't see, it's hard to see without motion, but it does look like we're looking at some fairly low clouds west of Ennis there. Egg size hail reported in Ennis. Golf ball size hail reported in Ennis. So it sounds like we are, at least in parts of Ennis, getting that larger hail in that area right now. So from Palmer down to Garrett and to at least parts of Ennis, we do have hail, possibly large hail going on. We do have that graduation going on. My understanding is that people there have been rushed to safety, that they are now under those stands there. So hopefully that is a safe place where people can ride out this storm. The good news is, I mean, this is going through, and at this point, it doesn't look like we have a storm behind that one. Really, the only other storms that we're watching right now, we do have a storm moving into Bosque County right now. We'll have to watch that for the western part of our area, and then a small one there near Mansfield. So that's what we're looking at this point. But the main concern here, the one that's in our immediate vicinity, is this storm that is moving through the Ennis area right now, where we have that graduation that has been delayed. People have been moved to safety there. And so I'm very, very glad that we have people in a safe place at that stadium, because I'm telling you, when you're dealing with a stadium full of people that are all vulnerable, that can be a very, very bad situation. So that is a huge, huge deal that people there have responded to keep people safe. So thank you so much again to Ennis Police, Ennis ISD Police, all the folks who are keeping people safe in that area. And I hear that some folks there are watching me as well, so we will let you know when that storm has passed and when that threat has passed away from your area. But this part of the storm here, this is where we've been watching to see if rotation was going to try to get more organized. And at this point, I will say we are seeing increasing winds here. So I will say the tornado threat could be increasing with this storm, because where that hook echo is, you can see that. You see those brighter colors. That's where we're starting to see those winds pick up pace. I've seen the pictures of a possible lowering with that storm, possibly northwest of Bardwell. So that is going to be the bigger concern for that. Now, somebody on YouTube said under metal bleachers during a lightning storm. It's a lot better than being out there where the baseball-sized hail can come right at you. So really, at this point, I'm not as concerned about lightning at that point. Baseball-sized hail is a greater concern. And now, west of Ennis, that's where we're watching, where we could be looking at the increasing concern for rotation. This storm has tried to rotate. It has not been able to hold that structure, but I can tell you right now a couple of things I'm noticing. Again, that hail core starting to kind of focus there. It looks to me like it's probably north of the stadium at this point. Let's get real close and personal here. So Here's Ennis. I believe that stadium. I believe that stadium is going to be right here. This 34. Here's 287. So it looks right now like the hail is staying north of the stadium at this point. Looks like it's really going to be about from. Here's 34 going through Ennis. Looks like it's going to be the northern part of Ennis where it is, and where we have that greater concern. But this is the part of the storm where we are going to have to watch those winds. We're going to have to keep an eye on that area just north of Bardwell. So that's where we're seeing the possibility that rotation could be trying to take hold here. We'll take another look at this, and again, looks like the rotation is generally broad here. But if we look at the trends here on this, you can see right here, this red area, where it's trying its best to get organized. Looks like it's just not quite able to do that though. But we will see what the National Weather Service does with that. But at this point, we still have that little bit of a tail on it, but it has struggled to get organized at this point. So I'm not getting any kind of reports of funnel clouds or anything of that sort at this time, but we are looking at very heavy rain and some hail falling in parts of Venice at this point, looks like it is staying north of that stadium. In Ennis on the other side of Garrett, and it just started pouring hail. So yeah, I mean, northern Ennis is at this point where we're looking at the greatest threat of that hail. At this point, it looks like I said, it's staying north of that stadium, but the way that this storm has taken just some abrupt trends southeastward, that was what had me the most concerned about southern parts of Venice, where that high school and that stadium are located. So it's close there. I mean, it's really going to mess with you there. And fortunately, if there is a southeasterly push, again, it looks like it could be here. So that would be on the other side of Ennis there. So reports of, so just hit Bardwell. So that's going to be, again, that's going to be that tail end of that storm. That's where we have to watch for that rotation. And that is headed towards the area of the stadium right now. So at this point, I've not heard any kind of confirmation or anything like that of rotation or any specific kind of lowerings at this point. But I am watching that because, again, you can see kind of that curvature. And then that is where we have seen at very least some broad rotation. It struggled to get organized here, so that has prevented it from doing anything more concerning. But again, you can see here, we're starting to see what could be another kind of southeasterly push towards Alma. So we could see this storm take kind of another right turn here towards the Alma area. We have reports from the Ennis area about 5 minutes ago of quarter-size hail in northern Ennis. So that's going to be where you see that pink, maybe a little bit of that black trying to develop there. So northern Ennis right now is where that hail core is, but it's gotten very, very close to that stadium. We'll continue to monitor this for you, but it looks like if that tries to take another southeasterly surge, could be east of that stadium. The good news is that this storm is moving at a steady pace here, and so that should be out of the way of Ennis here in the next several minutes. So we will see what happens. Hearing that there's hail out on Creechville Road about a mile from Bucky. So yeah, I mean, this area, that's where you're going to be seeing that hail out on 34. Okay. Big hail reported in the Ennis area. So I'm not getting any specifics on that, but more reports of hail in the Ennis area there with that hail core that is moving through. So I'm not getting any kind of reports from the stadium at this point, nothing too specific. But it does at this point look like we're just going to have to continue to watch that southeasterly corridor on that storm. We've been talking through kind of the possibility of some rotation with that storm. It just has not been able to hold organization. Seems like every time it starts to kind of wind up and intensify, it loses that stability. So that's been the good news here. We haven't been able to establish rotation on that particular storm here. Several comments coming in. Scarborough Renaissance Festival is clear. Yeah, there's nothing headed to Scarborough Renaissance Festival at this time. Okay, so lots of wind at the stadium right now, but I'm not getting reports of any hail there at this point. So let me check some messages that are coming in fast and furious here. So golf ball sized hail in parts of Venice, multiple reports of that. So it sounds like at the it is picking up in parts of Venice right now. Let's get back to the reflectivity. Holy Lord, my God, look at that. it's a jump scare when you go back to the imagery and see something like that. Let me get I can't get the cat out, so chaos in the Weather Center here. But look at this this area here. So I'm going to continue to pay attention to this. Again, this is right near the stadium right now. So if you're in that stadium, do not move. Do not move. We have that this area where we've been watching the possibility of rotation. Again, it's struggled to get organized there, and looks like that's going to be the latest imagery. So it's struggled to get organized there, but you can see where that inflow would be moving in. And then if we look at that part of the storm, you can see where that inflow, that dry area, is starting to kind of encroach in, starting to get wrapped around that area a little bit. So we will have to watch that very closely. And again, I'm not getting any reports from the ground of any pictures or anything of that, what we're seeing. Let me kind of go back and take a look here. Okay, so looking over Bardwell, definitely seeing some motion in the clouds, but again, it's hard to see there. Yeah, it's hard to, I can't make that bigger either, so it's really hard to see exactly what I'm looking at. But you can definitely see it's a rain-free base. We can see what looks like at least maybe some weak rotation in that area. So that is what we're watching. I'm going to keep a very close eye on this over the next several minutes here. I want to see if we can split screen this. Okay, yes, we can. So here's what we're looking at. So here is, let's kind of put both on screen here. I know that this is probably a lot to take in, but here's what we're looking at. Near Ennis, this is the area where we could be looking at some kind of rotation, trying to get hold here. I'm not seeing anything on the velocity that has me immediately concerned here, but this is a couple of minutes old. This could be very quickly changing here. And yeah, so I'm starting to see people saying that they can see some of that motion in the clouds. Now near Ennis, again, here's Ennis, here's Bardwell. Here's that area where we have that rotation trying to take hold there. So we will have to see what this does. See, getting more reports of hail. So yes, where you see that pink and kind of those areas, that's going to be where your larger hail is falling. Hearing reports of quarter size, maybe closer to golf ball size. And just outside of Bardwell, you can see here, and the reason you're seeing this, what makes that hook is where you have this dry air that starts to kind of get pulled around, and then you see the precipitation that gets wrapped around there as well. So we'll continue to watch for this. I want to see the update on the velocity. I want to see what this looks like, because that would be our kind of our better indication of what we're seeing here. I know that there's a lot to take in here. This is the velocity view. This is going to tell us the direction and speed of those winds, and then this is where you can see the rain. Okay, so this is showing you where that rain is kind of wrapping around that area that we have been watching all evening here. We've seen history of it starts to kind of tighten up, and then it weakens, and then it kind of starts to tighten up again. And then let's see, we got more messages coming in, so let's try to kind of get a look at this. Definitely seeing lowerings, and it looks to me like the lowerings are, as I said, not very organized at this time. So I think it is trying to rotate. I think it's trying to get organized here, but it's just not quite able to. This is the latest image from that velocity. You can definitely see a lot of motion here. You're going to see a lot of motion in the clouds, but it's hard to see exactly what we're seeing at this time. I haven't seen anything of any kind of funnel clouds or anything of that sort at this point. But again, where you're seeing that, what you're seeing is where you start to wrap that precipitation around. It can make it hard to see exactly what's happening there. But we see the increase in winds here between Bardwell and Ennis. So definitely, motion in the storm there, and that has to be paid attention to when we have that much instability, that much shear in the atmosphere, those kinds of things. And it probably wouldn't take much for that inflow to start to really tighten that area of possible circulation. That's what we're looking at over on this screen here. So that what you're seeing there, that's where that drier air is starting to get pulled in, and that will start to wrap around, and that is what can tighten that rotation. So that's what we're looking at here. That's what we're paying very close attention to. And in the vicinity of that stadium, so I would say stay put. Don't leave the safe area under that stadium quite yet, because we are looking at this storm that could be trying to get a hold as we look at at least the possibility there of some rotation. I'm not seeing anything that jumps right out at me. I'm not seeing a very distinct and clear couplet at this point, but that hook is undeniable on that radar imagery, and that has been consistent on the correct side of that storm. We've heard the reports of the scud. I've seen the pictures of the lowerings. So we definitely have this storm trying to make a move here. And I mean, it's to the situation where we could very well see this storm, we could see that hook fall apart in the next imagery. It's very, very quickly kind of winding up and then weakening. So it's kind of back and forth as it goes. And I feel like it's just going to drive up the drama as it can right as it goes by that stadium. Sometimes Texas weather likes to do that. It just really wants to, make things interesting. So this is what we're seeing. Now, again, you see this area here. This is where we're watching those winds. And you can very clearly see that hook south of Ennis now, right there, right as you kind of hit that curve on 287. So reports of, quarter-size hail reported in Bosque County, so that's going to be that storm farther away. But you see this little brighter area here, and I mean, that's going to be right around where we're seeing that rotation trying to take hold. And you can see the brighter colors here where we have the stronger winds, and then you have where you don't quite have, that could possibly be some of that inflow, some of that dry air trying to come in and get wrapped in there. So that's what we're watching here. That's what we're going to pay very close attention to. And, okay, so pea to marble-sized hail across from the high school. So there is hail in the vicinity of the high school, in the vicinity of that stadium right now. So definitely made the right call getting under those bleachers, under the stadium there, to try to get some shelter from that hail as that passes through that area. I think that we're fairly close to that particular threat probably moving out of the area of that graduation very soon, but it's not quite clear yet. We're not quite ready to get out and be in the open and restart that ceremony quite yet. Let's hang on a little bit. Let's let this thing pass. Let's let this storm move eastward. Okay, so just some various reports there. I want to see what this next radar imagery looks like. We're at about 8:15. Okay, so we'll be due for an updated image here shortly. But again, these, a situation like this where you have this hook, that can change very quickly. And it can go either way, especially with a storm like this where it has struggled to hold its organization there on that side of the storm, or it can intensify. So, okay, well, here we still have that hook there that is now south of Ennis. I would say that's fairly close to the high school at this point. I think the high school at the stadium, you're probably getting more of the rain here. I think you're going to be on kind of the back side of that now. So I think that very soon the stadium, I think, will be in the clear. Not quite yet. I wouldn't quite release you at this point. Just kind of pay attention to that. But looking back from Alma towards Bardwell, you can see the clouds spinning in the air. So it sounds like we've got some kind of rotation there that some people are seeing, or at least a lot of motion in that storm. So we'll continue to watch this But I mean, that's undeniable. I mean, we got multiple signs here. We have the hook that is clearly there, and we have those winds picking up. So there we have. Okay, check this out. So you see that green? That is where we're starting to see maybe that inflow with that storm. Okay, so here's what we're seeing on the two sides here. If you're just now jumping in, moving right towards the Alma area, Alma and Rice. So this part of the area south of Ennis here, this is where you can see the possibility of some rotation trying to take hold here. And then west of Rice, west of Alma, you can see where it could be, there could be inflow here, trying again to keep that rotation going, keep that rotation getting more organized. And then again, you see this hook that is in that area. So yeah, getting more reports of a lot of motion in the clouds. Now, let me tell you, motion in the clouds doesn't necessarily mean anything. There will be a lot of motion in clouds with a lot of wind. That by itself doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it's the rotation that you have to pay more close attention to. If you do see that rotation, if you can safely send a picture, definitely do that. Yeah, seeing, okay, Haley, so you sent that picture in, that video. Okay, yeah, I can definitely see plenty of motion in those clouds, but again, it's hard to see if there's rotation, that kind of thing. But I would say we're at least seeing increased winds with this particular storm. So we'll kind of keep this two screens up here because this allows me to see both the reflectivity where the rain is, as well as this rotation allows me to keep an eye on all of that. So for our hail threat, that's now east of the Ennis area. So that's where we have the greatest concern of some hail there, moving east of Ennis. And then towards south of Ennis, that's where you can see this little tail here. And that's not the cleanest, most perfect hook echo I've ever, well, okay. I need to shut up. Every time I talk about how this hook echo is not that well organized, it goes, well, I'll show you. And I mean, you can see again how not only is it here, but it's beginning to wrap around. Now, the good news is things are clearing out of Ennis. If you're at the stadium, stay under the bleachers for a little while longer. It's 8:18 now. I think it's going to be at least 8:30 or so before you're completely in the clear. You can see still some lightning in that area. And so if you're at that stadium now, things are beginning to improve for you. But towards the Alma and Rice area right now, that is where we're seeing the rotation, the threat of rotation continue here. I'm going to be anxious to see what the National Weather Service does with this. I want to try to go just to this imagery so we have a better idea. We can get a closer look. So here's where we're watching that rotation, just west of Alma and Rice. Here's going to be your hail threat. This is where, again, east of Ennis. So this is going to be out towards kind of the Creechville area there, north of Alma and Rice, kind of this rural area here. That's where we're looking at larger hail, golf ball size hail south of Ennis. So yes, I'm pretty sure that's going to be where you have that larger hail threat. So north of Rice, again, this area right here, this is where we are watching for the possibility of some rotation. Now, we need to broaden our scope because we have another storm to pay attention to here. We have this storm that just went through the Ennis area. We are watching rotation on that one. And then we have there's another storm just in southern Dallas County that's not severe at this time, but we have this other storm. This is in Bosque County now. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at this storm here. That is $half size hail and 60 mile per hour winds with that storm. So that continues to move northward. That will be moving into parts of Hill and Johnson counties. We are not looking at this point at the likelihood of the really destructive conditions with that storm, but it is still worth looking at. This is the storm here. I mean, my Lord, you can see the little V there. That is very characteristic of a well-organized supercell thunderstorm here. That is just about textbook hook and all. We've got again, you've got that divergence there, you've got your hail core, and you have the area where we have been watching that rotation. So that is moving towards the Alma and Rice area. The area where the mock Christmas display is out there, that is an area where you have to pay attention. And as I've been saying, one frame, the hook echo looks great. The next one is not as organized. So we see here, it is less organized in that particular area. So just west of Rice. So this is what we're looking at here. So this area here, we're going to have to go back to the velocity view and see what it is we're looking at. Still looking at some stronger winds, still looking like we could be paying attention to, could need to pay attention to a little bit of inflow there. Let's go talk about Ennis. Let's talk about the stadium there in the Ennis area. I'm going to tell you preliminarily there at the stadium in Ennis, the severe weather threat is moving east of you now. So I will tell you that the stadium there in Ennis, it's not quite time to go outside quite yet. I will say that you're not quite ready to go out in the open. There's still plenty of lightning on the backside of this storm, so I still want to make sure that you're safe there, but the threat is leaving that area. Ennis High School, class of 2025, I just want to tell you I'm sorry that you've been delayed by this. I mean, you can't go out without a bang, right? So there's at least a little bit of excitement. Go ask Waxahachie High School, I think it was last graduation, about how there were kids that graduated technically the next day, the next morning as they crossed midnight there. So fortunately, it doesn't look like this will be quite that big a delay there. But in Ennis, at the stadium area, things are moving east of you. You can breathe a sigh a breath of relief there. Breathe a sigh of relief, I should say, breathe a sigh of relief. Let me get back to just talking about the weather, right, and get rid of the cliches. It's moving east of there, so it is clearing out, but just stay a little longer. Let's see. So we're getting a live, let's hold on a second. Let me check that. Getting word of a live view of the clouds here. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, so let me get to that. That's parts of Navarro County here. That's kind of going to be the next view. Okay, so that's Chelsea Burnett. She's with Texas Storm Chasers. So she's got a view of those clouds there. She is on this storm. So thank you, Chelsea, for getting on this storm and paying attention to that. She is watching that part of the storm. The sun's going down. Unfortunately, it's going to be harder to see, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This warning starts in the Ennis area and continues on eastward into parts of Navarro County and Henderson County there. I am watching the live stream with Chelsea Burnett to kind of get an eye on this, and we do continue to see rotation very possible right in that storm right now. So we're going to continue to monitor this. This is in the Rice and Alma area. Okay, I'm watching Chelsea's stream right now, and we could be looking at more organized. Looks like we're looking at more organized rotation at this point. So in Rice and Alma, I want you taking shelter right now because we are looking at increased organization in that rotation. Looks like we could be looking at a more defined lowering at this time. And it looks like, yeah, so I just saw the Rice, one of the Rice schools there, so this is west of that area, but that is definitely what you need to be paying attention to right now. So this new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Navarro County, really parts of northern and eastern Navarro County now, parts of Henderson County, far southern Kaufman County. This is going to go until 9:15. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but still warning of hen-egg-sized hail possible. I'm continuing to watch this stream here, a definite lowering from this storm. I'm increasingly concerned that we could have a possible tornado trying to form near Rice and Alma, and I do not say that lightly. But we're still looking at a lowering in that area that looks to be getting more organized. So if you're in the Rice and Alma area, take shelter immediately because we could be seeing that rotation getting much more organized than we have seen. And it is coming together right there near the Alma Rice area. If you're north, this is north of Corsicana, south of Ennis. In that area, that's where we're watching and definitely looking at, I'm looking at her stream there and definitely looking at things getting much more organized there. And I think that I think this storm could be trying to form a tornado in that area if we're looking at that stream there. So So I'm watching what she has going on there. So greatly appreciate Chelsea for covering this. We don't always have storm chasers in our area, but this is giving me a great view of it. So thank you so much, Chelsea, for putting that out there. And everybody go follow Chelsea Burnett. She's with Texas Storm Chasers. I don't work with them much, but I definitely appreciate Chelsea doing that. Of course, selfishly, I'll say I hope you continue to watch my stream, but Chelsea is doing a great job of showing that. And here we have, again, let me see if I can let me grab a look at that stream where we can get that view. What I'll tell you, if you want to watch her on Facebook and me on YouTube, that's one way you can do that. Put me on the TV, watch her on Facebook, whatever the case is. But that link there is Chelsea Burnett's stream, so that's where you can watch. She has a live view of this right now. I am looking at rotation in those clouds, so there is rotation that I am seeing on the Texas Storm Chasers. It's Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett is the Facebook page where she is looking at that. So that's what I'm looking at, directly right now. So we are seeing increasing motion, increasing rotation with this part of that storm. That is where we have that hook echo right now. And I don't want to discount that we are looking at a possibility of some looking at really baseball-sized hail possible with this storm. That's what the National Weather Service has pegged here. So looking again at Chelsea stream, there is definite rotation in this part of the storm. Okay, dude, you know what? Okay. This guy is going to go crazy if I don't bring him on here. He's got to have his 5 minutes of fame. So yes. Okay, well, you know what? You're being complicated here. So here is this part of the storm. Terry, if you want to come get somebody here. You know what? You're not the center of the universe here. I know you think you are. You want to be, but we're really not. We're working here. So here's where we're looking at the rotation. And yes, if you're wondering, this is the infamous WeatherCat. But this is where we're looking at rotation. There is two areas to be concerned about with this storm. And yes, so Ennis, I think you're clear from this storm. At least most of Ennis is clear from the storm. Here, go with Tu Madre. That's, yeah. Okay. Now, orange cat problem. That's exactly what it is. So this storm, there's two problems here, really in different parts of the storm. You can see all the pink there. That is where we're looking at large hail possible, baseball-sized hail possible. And then in the Rice area, that's where we're seeing this rotation that continues in that area. It looks, just based on Chelsea's stream here, let me just put something in. Okay, so I'm watching Chelsea over here in the corner here, and I've got the radar here. So Chelsea is showing this, and I'm able to actually see what we're looking at there. We'll see, I'm sure there's pictures and videos and things coming in as well. So pictures from the mock Christmas display out there, and here we have that tornado warning. Go National Weather Service. So here we have the tornado warning that has been issued. This is for parts of Navarro County here. So this is the part of the storm we're talking about from Rice on down to Powell. This is north of Corsicana here. This is where we're watching. So I'm getting some pictures here. We're going to check that. Okay, so here's that tornado warning from Rice and Alma on south towards Powell and Curran. You are included in this tornado warning. Take shelter if you are in that area now. We have been watching this storm. It has tried to get that rotation organized, and it finally is organized there enough that the National Weather Service now has issued that tornado warning. If we take a look at this, this is radar indicated rotation. This is not, we do not have an observed tornado at this point, but we are looking at significant rotation with that storm. It is organized enough that it continues to move to the southeast and will be moving towards Powell, towards Curran. It's right over I-45 right now. That's where Chelsea is, right there in the Rice area. She's watching that, and this will continue to move on to the southeast. This is going to take that right turn that we've been talking about. So we will continue to watch for the update here. Should be getting one soon. It looks like we just got one. Okay, so two things that you can see here. Here's the part of the storm where that rotation is. That's going to continue to move to the southeast towards Powell, towards Currens. This is largely a rural area there. If you're trying to be out looking for something, the sun is going down. It's going to be harder and harder to see this. And so we need to continue to monitor this and not outside. I know there's an inclination there to get outside and see this stuff. But the sun is going down, and trust me, we have a storm chaser in that area. I'm watching her feed. We're keeping an eye on it. I don't see a tornado at this point. We don't have an observed tornado at this time, but we are looking at significant rotation in that area that could produce a tornado at any moment. So this is where we had that tornado warning. Continuing on for the next, let's see, till 9 o'clock, so about another 30 minutes from now. So this is what we're watching here. I know we got a lot of videos and things coming in. Unfortunately, it's hard to get those on screen, or else I would show you, but yeah, there's plenty of areas where we see that rotation. So significant rotation with this storm. We do not at this point have confirmation of a tornado at this time, but we do see significant rotation of this storm, and that's going to continue to trend per the National Weather Service southeastward. We do also, from this storm in the hail core, have the concern that we could be looking at baseball-sized hail possible in this particular storm. Now we got to travel a little bit farther west, where we have another severe storm. We have two storms that we're watching here. This is the tornado-warned storm north of Corsicana. We also have this storm here north of Meridian. A severe thunderstorm warning at this time. This has been upgraded. That is a considerable threat for that storm. So we're going to have to continue to kind of go back and forth here. When you expand your area, unfortunately, sometimes this can happen. I want to show you how wild this is. This storm moving east, now a little more southeast. This one moving northeast. So, I mean, this is what can happen sometimes. And of course, there's a itty bitty storm just kind of strutting its stuff in southern Dallas County, not really doing much. Not a severe storm at this time, but we do have to pay attention to this storm that is moving right into Morgan now. We will get back to the storm in northern Navarro County, but we got to double time it a little bit here. So this storm, it is capable of large hail here. So we could see golf ball size hail in this storm, especially in the Morgan area. That's going to continue to move northward into parts of far southwestern Johnson County here. Could be towards the Blum area, towards Rio Vista there. So this is another severe storm. Looks like it's intensifying. I'm not as concerned about rotation with this storm, but we will have to pay close attention. We are seeing increasing winds with this one. Let's kind of look at the trends here. Yeah, so decent winds with this storm. Doesn't look like anything catastrophic at this time. But if we go look at the wind, at the hail core, oh yeah, some nice little hail core just south of Morgan, continuing to move northward. So that is going to be a hail risk for the Morgan area. If we talk about this storm, the tornado warned storm here, just north of Rice, that is where we are seeing large hail, again possible, could again be baseball-sized hail in that storm. But the primary concern with this one, let's look at the velocity here, definitely seeing those increased winds. So that's where we have the tornado warned storm. And yes, Taylor, we are covering the tornado warned storm. We're going to have to go a little bit back and forth here. We have two active storms at this point, one on the southeast side, one on the western side. So we will continue to kind of monitor this, and we will make sure that both storms now are covered. But this is the tornado warned storm. This is the more dangerous of the two. So this is where we're seeing that rotation in the clouds, a little bit of noise with the velocity there, but very clear on the the reflectivity view here. So this is just east of Rice. This is where we have that rotation. This storm, again, could be producing baseball-sized hail, up to baseball-sized hail, in this part of the storm in far northern Navarro County, far eastern Ellis County, far western Henderson County. By the way, if you're in Ennis right now, I think you're safe to get out from under the, hopefully you're already doing that, but I think you're safe at this point to get out of the sorry, hang on. Okay. So I think you're okay to get back in the stands there in Ennis. I think things are fine there. But here near Rice, not fine at all. We had that tornado warning. Now, it looks like that rotation could be getting choked off a little bit. So I haven't been able to watch Chelsea stream as much. It's not as easy to see what's going on there. But it looks like that circulation may not be as organized as it has been. So that tornado warning continues until 9 o'clock, so about another 25 minutes from now. So this is where we have that area of rotation. At this point, it looks like it's not quite holding together as well. It's hard to see. The sun is going down, so it's hard to see much on that storm. But this is where we've been looking at that rotation. This is where we've been watching that. So that is the tornado warned storm. Of course, we have two storms that we are watching here, so we gotta go back over to the west here. I want to show you just a broad view of what we're looking at here. We have this storm in northern Navarro County, over in parts of Bosque and now parts of Hill County. We have this storm. This could be another storm. This could produce some considerable damage. This storm right here, moving into Morgan, moving into parts of, that's Johnson County near Cleburne. Here we have Whitney. Looks like it's going to mostly stay west of Whitney, but towards Blum, moving through Morgan right now. That could be producing up to baseball-sized hail. So that is another damaging storm, another dangerous storm there to pay very close attention to. So we'll put this into motion so you can kind of see this here. This is where we're watching. So this is the part of the storm where we want to pay very close attention. You can see that pink there. You can see where that hail core is. So that storm, possibly another damaging storm here, moving right towards the Blum area, eventually up into southern Johnson County here. Here's that update. So yes, moving towards the Blum area. So that's this is moving into Hill County now, southern Johnson County. That's the area where we have this this warning in place for about another 37 minutes. So again, that's going to be until about, what, 8:15 or 9:15 rather. So that warning runs until, okay, 9:15. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 9:15 p.m. So that storm moving northward at a pretty decent clip. I didn't catch how quickly that's moving. Moving northeast at 30. So not terribly fast, but fast enough. It's not too terribly slow. I don't think we really have too much of a flooding issue. If you deal with frequent flooding there, then that could be a problem. But at this point, I think we're mostly concerned. I think we're mostly concerned about just the large hail at this point. So let's go back to that tornado warned storm here so we can get a better idea of what we're looking at. So this is the storm where the tornado warning has been issued. This is leaving the Ennis area. Of course, we had a close call there near the Ennis Stadium where that graduation hopefully will very soon be commencing so that the Ennis High School class of 2025 can finally get graduated and move on with the rest of the year and that kind of thing. But this is the tornado warned storm we've been watching, and this does not, at this point, I've not seen any confirmation of a tornado at this time. This is where we're looking at radar indication of very strong rotation that could cause a tornado. So that is the situation there in northern Navarro County. No confirmation at this time of a tornado. Looks like that rotation might have been dealing with some issues getting organized there, or at least staying organized. It could be recycling here. So we'll continue to monitor that very closely. This tornado warning goes until 9:30 or 9 o'clock actually. So not 9:30, it's 9 p.m. So about another 20 minutes or so. So we'll continue to monitor that here. It's getting dark. It's getting very hard to see. I know that Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett is out there keeping an eye on this. I'm not hearing anything that she is saying there, but okay. So yeah, I'm not able to hear what Chelsea's saying at this point, but Yeah, I'll continue to. Looks like she's struggling with signal out there in rural Navarro County. So we'll see what she has to say. We'll see if we can see anything on that. Again, the sun's going down, so this is not a situation where you want to be trying to see something. Just trust us. We're here. We're doing what we can to look at this. But that warning does continue. Does continue to be a concern there. Now, give me 1 second here. Got some family out in a certain area, so want to make sure that they're covered, that they're taken care of. But this is the storm we're looking at. Here's your hail core. So far northern Navarro County, far western Henderson County. This is where we're looking at the greatest threat of hail. And there is, right now, we've been talking about the likelihood at least of, or the possibility at least, of baseball-sized hail. That is still possible with this storm. That's going to be moving east, southeast here. It looks like maybe a little more southeasterly, maybe towards the Tool area. Looks like the hail core at least will probably move north of the Kearns area. Kearns, you are included in that tornado warning at this time. So we will continue to monitor this storm and see if that will be a concern there. For right now, just take shelter and be prepared for this storm. It's not near you yet, but we will continue to monitor that. For Henderson County, we're looking at Tool, looking at Gun Barrel City. It looks like this part of the storm probably going to stay out of the Gun Barrel City area, maybe more towards Tool. So we will continue to monitor this as we go through the next several minutes here. It has cleared out of the Rice-Alma area. It's out of your area there, moved east of you. You still have a lot of lightning in that area. It's not time to go outside yet, but you can, consider that to be a generally the severe weather threat is reducing now for the Rice-Alma area. We do still have the storm out west, and we do need to continue to monitor that here as this storm moves into Hill County. Looks like it could be weakening a little bit. I say that cautiously here. I'm not seeing anything that convincing me this thing's dying out or anything, but as the sun goes down, maybe that will help to weaken these storms a little bit. But it continues to move right towards Blum, so you need to pay attention to this storm here. This is another storm that is pegged as possibly producing very large hail and damaging winds. So pay close attention to this as it moves towards the Blum area. Again, if we take a look at the hail core here, this imagery is a little outdated, but we do still have a possible hail core here moving towards the Blum area there. So pay very close attention to that part of the storm. We do have an update on that tornado warning back in parts of Navarro County. They have trimmed that down a little bit, not including the Rice area anymore. So they've kind of trimmed this down a little bit, but you can see that area of rotation as it continues to move southeastward. Yeah, so right now, nothing happening for Ellis County at this point. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning, including parts of Ellis County. That will probably be trimmed back very soon as well. The Ennis area, you are done with that severe weather threat for a while. That storm out west is not headed that direction. So I think you are good to go with that. Now, in the Navarro County area, northern Navarro County here, we continue to have this severe thunderstorm warning and this tornado warning in place for this storm. Very large hail the size of baseballs is possible with this storm. Well, let me double check that. It's changed so many times it's been hard to. Okay, golf ball size. I apologize. Well, hold on here. So the severe thunder. A couple of things. The severe thunderstorm warning here is. The severe thunderstorm warning is pointing at lime-sized hail. Not that that's much better, but it's not baseball size, right? So lime-size hail is included in the severe thunderstorm warning here. So I would say golf ball to lime-size hail possible with this storm, where you have that hail core. As I mentioned, that is going to continue to kind of ride the river here a little bit. Looks like that will stay north of Powell, probably staying north of Kearns at this point. That may be moving more towards the Tool area here. Probably going to stay out of Gun Barrel City and Eustis and Henderson County. May move towards Trinidad and Malakoff. That'll be a little further downstream. We'll have to monitor it as it continues towards that direction. But this is the tornado warning that we have here. We do not have and have not had up to this point confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but we have seen this continued circulation where we have the possibility, the radar indicated rotation. We have seen that from storm chasers as well. Thank you again to Chelsea Burnett for keeping an eye on that for us. So we continue to watch this part of the storm. It does not look as organized at this time. At this point, again, it's hard to see, but we'll put the velocity view on this. And I still see broad rotation there, but I'm not seeing anything too terribly intense at this point with that storm. So we'll continue to watch this. That tornado warning, as it stands now, continues for about another 14 minutes. There's a lot that can change in that 14-minute time period. They have made that warning smaller, so there's at least a more confined area and a little more confined track for that part of the storm. That also means that they're probably not looking at as broad an area of rotation or as broad of an area of concern. We'll have to see if they get concerned about that again and continue a new warning. My gut is telling me right now probably not. It's not, the rotation doesn't look extremely organized at this time. Looks like it's a little more unclear here, but we will continue to monitor that as we go forward, and we'll go back to the storm off to the west. We have two storms we got to monitor here, folks. This is the other storm we are watching. We'll get back to the tornado warned storm here in a moment. We do have this storm moving out of Bosque County here, moving into parts of northern Hill County, really northwestern Hill County, possibly parts of southern Johnson County as we go forward. If this continues kind of a more easterly trend here, we could be looking at parts of Ellis County. The good news is this storm looks to be on a little bit of a weakening trend. It doesn't look as intense as it has in the last several minutes, but we'll continue to monitor this storm as it continues to move up into parts of Hill and Johnson counties here, moving out of Bosque County, moving north of Whitney there. Whitney, you kind of got missed by the most of it, so did Hillsborough, but it's more towards the Blum area, and eventually possibly towards Itasca, Rio Vista there, and then up into parts of Johnson County. We'll continue to monitor that storm as well, but it does at least, we'll take a look at the hail core in that one, see if we can see any trends there. And still seeing a hail core there, but it does not look as drastic as it did. Now, you want to talk hail cores, still a very decent hail core with this storm. This is the tornado warned storm. This is looking specifically at the hail core just north of Kearns. So this hail core, I would say, yeah, it continues to move kind of southeast here. Looks like the hail core itself may miss Kearns, but continue on to the east. And I apologize, we've had a number of people give on Venmo and I think probably Cash App at this point, and I've not been able to keep up with all of that. So I apologize for not catching all of those donations. So please bear with me, and I apologize if I didn't read your name off and that kind of thing. But we had to stay on the air. I'm sure you understand. If you're supporting this brand, if you're generous enough to support myself and my family, which is by supporting this brand, that's what you're doing. I'm sure you understand that we've got to keep ourselves to the science here. So again, I appreciate definitely if you have, and I apologize if I haven't said your name on air as we usually do. But this tornado warning continues for about another 10 minutes here. So that's what we're watching in terms of this tornado warned storm in parts of northeastern Navarro County. If we get closer here, you can see we're looking at Powell and Kearns. This is the storm we're paying attention to. That continues to move on to the southeast. Powell and Kearns with that particular storm here. And again, we can see there's another kind of surge there of some of those strong winds and some of that hail. So we've seen that several times from this storm. I think that's probably the storm giving those nice downbursts, and then we see that move through. And then north of Powell, this is where we've been watching that area of rotation that is headed towards Kearns right now. We do not have confirmation and have not had confirmation of a tornado at this point. We don't have observation of a tornado at this time. We have radar indicated rotation that is capable of producing a tornado in this area. That's why we have that warning issued and why that continues for about another 10 minutes here. Off to the west, we do still have this storm moving through parts of Hill County into parts of southern Johnson County. So this particular storm moving through Blum right now, headed towards Rio Vista, headed towards Cleburne, eventually as it continues to move northward. So pay attention to that storm. What's interesting here, and this is kind of shows you part of this storm, is you can see the storm itself moving northeast, but do you see all of this blow off? Do you see all of this getting blown off the top of the storm? That tells you that the winds at the surface are carrying this storm to the northeast, but the upper level winds are blowing in from the west, and that is the higher part of the cloud. That's that anvil. That's those upper level winds moving in from the west. When you have those lower winds moving to the northeast, those upper winds moving to the west, that is your shear. That is your upper level rotation that not only can intensify these storms very quickly, but can lead to rotation, as we have in this storm in Navarro County. Don't you love how smooth that segue was? This storm, you can see this, we have another surge of winds and hail here down towards the Currens area. So that's that storm continuing to make another push here. And then we have the area of rotation that we have been watching over the last few minutes. So let's get back kind of focused in on this. Let's take a closer look at this storm. And we do have now we have the rotation intensifying in this storm. Sometimes when you have that push out of the storm there, that outflow, that can sometimes energize or be a sign that the storm is energizing. So you can see the trend here. You see that lighting up. We are picking up the pace on the intensity of that rotation. So if you are in the Currens area, I want you to make sure that you are in cover right now. This tornado warning only has about another 8 minutes here, and then looks like that is headed, that rotation that looks to be intensifying at this time is moving towards the Currens area and could be at least capable of producing a tornado very soon here. So it is dark out there. It can be harder to actually see what is going on there. So that is the storm that we're paying attention to. This is where we could very well have severe weather going on, and could very well be, I mean, we do have severe weather going on, could be, again, I have to talk about the hail. We can't just talk about the rotation here. We have to talk about the hail. The hail in this storm can do damage as well. We could be seeing golf ball or larger size hail in this storm. And so in the Powell, Currens area, north of Powell right now, moving towards Currens, this is where we have the rotation that prompted this tornado warning. Again, you can see that hail core intensifying. I would say we're probably getting closer to, the next step up from golf ball size hail is going to be that hen egg size hail and then tennis ball. So I would say golf ball to tennis ball sized hail possible in this particular storm. That's going to be my main concern with that storm. Now, north of Powell, we do have, where we've looked at that rotation, looks like that could be intensifying once again. So that continues to move on to the southeast. So that is the storm we're watching there. So again, we have to pay very close attention to these storms as we go forward through the evening here. We do have to pay attention to the storm off to the west. So I want to take a look at the trends on the hail core here. It's very persistent there. You can see as it moves through Morgan and up towards the Blum area, very persistent hail core there. Not quite as widespread, but we could still be looking at some hail in that storm. This is another considerable threat here. Hail up to tennis ball size is possible with this particular storm. This moving into Johnson County here. I think at this point we could see this clip western parts of Ellis County. We'll have to watch this and see if it's going to continue on towards Venus and Midlothian. Right now looks more towards Cleburne and Alvarado and Joshua. I think that's the area in Johnson County where we will see this. Probably the western half of Johnson County, possibly central and western. Far eastern parts of Johnson County, Crescent, Godley, probably going to miss out on this storm, but this will continue, and I believe we will likely see a new severe thunderstorm warning that will probably go through central and eastern Johnson County, could include parts of western Ellis County eventually as well, but we'll see what the National Weather Service wants to do with that. As we go back to this tornado warned storm in Navarro County now, I still don't have confirmation of a tornado on this one. It is radar indicated rotation. At 8:51 p.m., the severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles northwest of Kearns or 10 miles northeast of Corsicana, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. That storm is slowing down. What I want to mention with that is that this storm continues to slow down, we could tack on a flooding risk with this storm. You can see very heavy rain, probably some hail, at least quarter to possibly golf ball size hail. We could be getting closer to tennis ball size hail if that continues to intensify. And then we've been looking at rotation moving towards the Kearns area. Again, we do not have confirmation at this time of a tornado on the ground in that area. Okay, just kind of parsing through some information here. Let's get to the velocity view here. And I'm still seeing pretty strong winds with this storm. So we'll continue to monitor this storm as it moves towards Kearns, this part of the storm that is rotating. So if you are in Kearns, you need to be taking shelter right now. You need to be in that safe place, the lower part of your home, away from windows, away from exterior walls. It might be a bathroom, it might be a closet, it might be a pantry, something of that sort. There are some houses where all the rooms are on the outside and you just got a big open area in the center. If there's a hallway or something that doesn't have those exterior walls, doesn't have those windows, wherever that is possible, but that's where you want to be if you are in or near the Kearns area. Again, this is going to continue to the southeast. If you're in Trinidad, if you're in Malakoff, be watching this storm. The hail core may be more of a concern in that particular area, but we could be looking at this storm, again, trying to intensify that rotation. If we look at the last few frames here, it does look like it is trying to rotate there. It is trying to get better organized, trying to increase those wind speeds. But at this time, I don't have any confirmation of a tornado in that area. Here's that motion. So again, you can see this part of the storm moving towards the Kearns area. That warning expires here in a couple of minutes. We'll have to see if the National Weather Service wants to issue a new warning here. I would say that it's very possible they will. They may not. They may expect that rotation to lose organization very soon, so they may not reissue one. But we will watch this storm as that continues on, but that tornado warning is set to expire at 9 p.m., just a couple of minutes from now. So we'll see what they do if they issue a new warning on this storm. While we wait for that, we will step back over to the west to show this storm moving into southern Johnson County. This one has some gusty winds with it, definitely some large hail with this storm. And new severe thunderstorm warning. Here's that new warning we talked about just a moment ago. And it's exactly what I expected. This is going to go, in fact, it goes quite a ways here, including parts of central and eastern Johnson County here, all the way from Cleburne, really starting at Rio Vista here, and Blum and Hill County, Cleburne, Joshua, Burleson, up to Alvarado, Venus, and Mansfield, and then west of Midlothian proper. That's going to still continue, or still include parts of that area. That is Britain there. I want to say Crescent, but that's that's the other edge of the other county. Britain there, Mansfield included in that, southern Arlington included in that as well. So this storm going to continue on. They expect this thing to be severe as it continues to continue on to the northeast. So this storm still capable of severe weather, but it has been downgraded now. Winds of about 60 miles per hour here, ping pong size hail. That's still something to be paid attention to, but we are not at this time expecting that to be considerable damage at this point. So it has been downgraded just a little bit. We continue to monitor this storm. This is the tornado warned storm, and this warning is going to drop off at any moment. This is supposed to expire at 9 p.m. So there goes the warning. So the National Weather Service has allowed that tornado warning to expire, but this continues to move towards the Kearns area. What I'm going to tell you is stay put. If you are taking shelter in the Kearns area, stay put where you are, because I still think that this storm could potentially try to wrap up again and increase that rotation. The National Weather Service must be, not seeing it have that much organization at this point. It does look like Yeah, it does look like that storm, the rotation is not as well organized as it was a little earlier. So that's what the National Weather Service is saying. They're counting on that weakening trend continuing, but there's still rotation there. So if you're in the Currents area, you want to continue to pay very close attention to this. So this storm, the tornado warning has expired. You are no longer in a tornado warning in the Currents area. However, we still have that hook. We still have the possibility of very large hail right there along the river between Navarro and Henderson counties. That large hail is going to continue to move towards Trinidad, towards Malakoff. Looks like it's just barely grazing Tool there. But if you're along that river there, that's where we're looking at the large hail threat. And that storm's still possible to produce some considerable damage with that large hail, that golf ball sized hail. So that's the storm we have in parts of Navarro County. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning continues for this storm. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. The tornado warning was allowed to expire here. So the tornado warning no longer in effect. That expired just a minute ago at 9 p.m. They have not yet issued a new warning for this. It looks like the rotation is not as organized as it was. That may be able to recycle. So we'll continue to monitor that storm, but we have to go back to the west here. I know we keep going back and forth here, but we do have to monitor this other storm that has a new severe thunderstorm warning. You've already had storms in Johnson County, parts of Ellis County, but a new one is headed in from the southwest, moving northeast. This storm moving towards Cleburne, Joshua, Burleson, Alvarado, Venus, possibly parts of Midlothian, Mansfield, up to Arlington there. This is the storm that is moving in. They've canceled the part of the storm, part of the warning that include Bosque County there. But this one continues for Northern Hill County, Johnson County, far northwestern Ellis County, far southwestern Dallas County, and really the southeastern quadrant of Tarrant County here. So that is the warning. This storm not as intense as it was. They're looking at ping-pong sized hail possible with this storm, and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. So ping pong size, that's just smaller than golf ball size, but that can still do plenty of damage there. We're going to go back to the storm that was tornado warned. That tornado warning was allowed to expire here. However, the hail core seems to be intensifying here. I mean, you can see that big black eye right there. And as this moves towards Trinidad, this storm could produce golf ball to tennis ball sized hail. You can see that this could be moving towards the Malakoff area as well. So if you're in Trinidad, in Malakoff, right there along 31, south of Gun Barrel City, that is where we had that hail core that could produce very large hail in that area. So pay very close attention to this storm. The rotation with that storm at this time does not look as intense as it did. So the National Weather Service has allowed that warning to expire. There's still broad rotation. We still have to keep an eye on this as long as this continues through parts of Navarro County. But this storm at this moment is not tornado warned, and I see only broad, less organized rotation with that particular storm. So I'm going to check, I want to check for, let's see, any word from the National Weather Service here. They have not issued a new warning at this time, nor did they extend the existing warning. So this storm, you will start getting at least some heavy rain, possibly some small hail in the Currens area there. So that's going to continue to move on to the southeast. But the rotation, it's right in that Currens area right now. So I would say it's probably not the best idea to jump out of cover at this point. You want to continue to stay safe in that storm as this moves through. I'm just checking a few messages that came in, but that is your hail core. That's the most intense part of this storm at this moment, moving right towards Trinidad, towards Malakoff. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning of this storm. The tornado warning was allowed to expire. That tornado warning expired about 5 minutes ago at 9 p.m. So this is that storm. Let me put this into motion here so you can kind of see how this is moving. Far western Navarro County, This is what we're seeing. This is the storm. This is the part of the storm right in the Currens area where we saw that rotation. We do not see rotation at this time that is sufficient enough for the National Weather Service to continue. They don't see reason to continue that warning at this time or to issue a new warning. So that tornado warning was allowed to expire. The tornado threat has lessened in that area, but the large hail threat continues for that part of the storm. And again, right there along the river where Navarro and Henderson counties come together. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, as I mentioned, in parts of Johnson County here. So central Johnson County, northern Hill County. This is where we're looking at some strong winds, large hail. Let's take a look at the hail core here. We've been watching that. First of all, we have to talk about the winds. So moving through Rio Vista right now, moving towards Cleburne. You're going to have some strong winds there. Those just moved through Blum. And looks like that could be getting more organized. You can see that bow shape there. So strong winds moving right in with that storm, moving towards the Cleburne area on forward. National Weather Service originally said tomorrow was the highest potential for severe weather. We have MISD graduation. Mike, is that Midlothian ISD or Mansfield ISD? There's a few M's, or Maypearl. So there's a few M's here. So which ISD, Mike, are you talking about there? Because I would love to get in touch with those folks and make sure that we have them covered. Severe weather is possible again tomorrow, and that was possibly going to be a higher coverage event. So we will need to pay attention to the storms tomorrow. We could be doing this all over again. So if you'll let me know are there graduations tomorrow, I want to make sure we get in touch with those folks and stay in touch with them to keep them safe. Over back towards the Currens area, let's take a look at the velocity here. We could be looking at that rotation beginning to tighten up here. You can see just near the Currens area, right off of 31. So we could be seeing that rotation getting organized once again. So I won't be surprised if we see another tornado warning issued here for this rotation. The original tornado warning was allowed to expire. We may see one that starts in the Currens area and continues on towards Trinidad. That rotation probably avoiding the Malakoff area there, but it will cross 31, continue on to the southeast, and I would not be surprised at all now if we may very well see a tornado warning issued. So it's Midlothian graduation held in Mansfield. Boy, that's going to be confusing. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning issued. That's continuing the last warning out west. So that's not a new warning here. But we will watch this. If you're in Currens, like I said, you want to continue to pay attention to this storm. I think somebody asked about Eureka. This is going to stay north and west of the Eureka area. Nothing headed there right this second. But this storm, this is where we're looking at the rotation, looks like that could be getting organized once again. So the National Weather Service may have to issue another warning there. Let me get some information here. Trying to get the phone to cooperate with me, but it doesn't seem to want to. Okay. So Robert Moore just got a weather call that just repeated press 1. Robert, so yeah, if you'll send me a message, direct message to the page, let me know about that. I heard that somewhere else as well. So let me know when we see that. I want to make sure that we have working alerts here with Weather Call Next Gen. So this storm, this is where we saw the tornado warning. What we're looking at right now is those winds. We can see that broad rotation. Looks like maybe that rotation is not quite as intense here. So sounds like graduation in Ennis is delayed to at least 9:30 here. So hopefully they can get started there. There's no storms in the vicinity of Ennis right now. They may be waiting for this storm to the west to move out, but fortunately that storm not going to impact Ennis. And so they should be able to proceed with graduation very soon, hopefully, we'll be able to proceed with that. But in the Currens area, we are looking at this part of the storm that had the rotation earlier. That's where we had that tornado warning. They did not continue the warning, nor did they issue a new one. And so this storm is not at this point tornado warned at this time. So I'm hearing more about weather call. Just, yeah, not saying a warning. It sounds like almost kind of a misfire. So I will get with folks tomorrow. We will debrief on that, and I will make sure people know that we had some issues with weather call. We are going to make sure we get that fixed and address that accordingly, because we want to make sure that if you're signed up for weather call, we want to make sure you're getting the calls that count and could save lives. This storm is not at this time warned, not tornado warned at this point. That tornado warning was allowed to expire, but we still do have an area where we could be looking at least some broad rotation, but it's less organized. The bigger concern with this storm is going to be northwest of Trinidad. So that's going to be where we have that large hail concern. I just want to make sure, saw an update there. I want to make sure that we were paying attention to that as well. So this storm, this is severe warned at this time, and that is going to be, that large hail is going to be our greatest threat at this point. And again, you can see that hail core just really intensify there. That is moving, looks like moving a little more eastward into Henderson County. So that's going to be moving towards Trinidad, towards possibly Malakoff there, as we continue on to the east, southeast at least. This particular storm, that area where we had the rotation, not as organized at this time. No tornado warnings there. We never got confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Some may find damage in the morning, and we may have to pay attention to that. Sometimes those rural areas, you don't really see the damage until the next day, but we haven't had any kind of confirmation that a tornado occurred in that area. So that's kind of where we stand with that. I'm going to make sure we move westward over towards this particular storm. Looks like we could be looking at this storm intensifying here. Definitely increased winds moving. Now this is looking to move a little more east of Cleburne there. So this is going to be moving more towards Alvarado, Venus, Mansfield, possibly parts of Midlothian as well. So that's where that storm lies. Not seeing rotation with that storm. This is going to be more of a hail and wind risk with this northeasterly moving storm at this time. And again, just to kind of point out what's crazy about this is this storm moving northeast, this one moving east-southeast. So that's kind of what we're looking at this point. And Bob Harper, yeah, so there are times when weather call is going to say, hey, this is a robotic call, we're not sure what this is. If you can get that number is going to be the same number every time. So you can save that in your phone as weather call, and your phone will identify it appropriately going forward. So this particular storm, Taylor, you're talking about Maypearl. The heaviest part of that storm will stay west of Maypearl. You may still get some rain from that, but not the intensity that you otherwise might see from that particular storm. So this storm in the Navarro County area, we still see a little bit of a tail on that, almost a fishtail at that point, but it's not, that rotation does not look as organized as it did. And we're looking at that hail core now moving eastward into parts of Henderson County. So moving towards Trinidad, towards Malakoff. That's where you're going to see the heaviest hail, the largest hail from that storm. And again, we could be looking at tennis ball sized hail possible in that storm. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail, I think, is the best chance of the largest hail, the most intense conditions from this particular storm. But that is moving out of Navarro County now. Curran's area, you are clear of that rotation, where we were seeing that rotation, but that has since subsided. So here in Johnson County, a couple of things I want to tell you is Johnson County, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning that is issued here. And then off to the west of this, you see this little gust front. That's going to be some gusty winds that move through western parts of Johnson County. That is not the storm itself, but it is extended westward off the storm. So here's the storm. This is that severe thunderstorm warning that we've been paying attention to. The strongest part of the storm moving towards Alvarado, towards Venus, towards Lillian, Mansfield, western parts of Midlothian. So that's the part of the storm we are watching there. We'll take a look at the winds here with this one, and still seeing increased winds from Cleburne on towards Granby there. So gusty winds will continue with this storm. Now the greatest threat here with this one is going to be the hail. When we went into this today, that was really the greatest concern that we had going in, was the possibility of very large hail. We've seen several warnings that paid attention to the likelihood of large hail with those, and so that will be the concern as that hail core moves right towards the Alvarado area, towards Lillian, towards Mansfield, could impact parts of Venus and Midlothian as well as it continues on to the northeast. I want to take a big broad view here. We can kind of take a breath and pay attention to what's going on across the state. So here's the storm we've been watching, had the that move towards Ennis. Fortunately, everything is nice and clear in Ennis now for that graduation. That storm continuing to pull over into Henderson County now. We have this storm moving north in parts of Johnson County, just grazing western parts of Ellis County. You'll get some lightning, thunder, and some rain from that, but the severe weather is going to stay out of the Ellis County area. And then the only other part of the storm, the only other cluster of storms, one near Killeen, one near Round Rock, so well south of our area. So this is what we're watching in our particular area. We'll zoom in again in parts of Navarro County. This area of hail that's moving eastward, kind of east-southeast towards Trinidad and Malakoff. Again, golf ball to tennis ball sized hail is possible with this storm. This is the one that was tornado warned earlier that has not been tornado warned since. They allowed that warning to expire. That rotation kind of fell apart. Not as well organized now as it now moves into Henderson County. Navarro County at this point, I think, is just about cleared from the threat of severe weather. The other severe storm that we are watching is here in Johnson County. So from near Cleburne onto Grandview, that's where the strongest winds are going to be. The hail concern, again, headed right towards Alvarado, possibly parts of Venus, Lillian, Mansfield, and then on into parts of Tarrant and eventually possibly Dallas County. This one moving northeast, the other storm moving southeast. So crazy things happening with these storms. This one split off of the storms near Killeen. It has made it all this way, and it continues to move on to the northeast. This storm has had a long life with it. So, and I'm hearing now, let me just check this, saw a message. Give me 1 second here. Okay, yeah, so Ennis graduation starting at 9:30. So looks like they have delayed Ennis graduation to 9:30, but that should be allowed to go on. This particular storm, I don't see it affecting the Ennis area, but it could affect, again, parts of near Cleburne, again, to Alvarado, Lillian, Venus. Looks like it will probably stay at least mostly west of Burleson, but up to Mansfield and up onto Arlington from there, and parts of really where Dallas and Tarrant counties come together. Now, I will tell you that this particular storm is going to be a loud one. There's no rotation with that storm. Gusty winds, large hail is possible. I'll tell you with this particular storm at this point, they're looking at lime-sized hail, so hail could be increasing in this storm. So that's going to be possibly a larger threat with this particular storm here. So moving towards Alvarado, towards Keene here. Keene looks like most of that will be east of you, but moving right towards Alvarado, towards Venus, the hail threat increasing for this particular storm. We'll look at the velocity here. Still some gusty winds with this storm, but not anything catastrophic or major at this point. But we will look at the hail core, and still a persistent hail core there between Grandview and Cleburne, headed right towards the Alvarado area. The National Weather Service warning of 2-inch hail possible with this storm. That's going to be lime-sized hail. So that continuing to the northeast, there's the update. So right towards the Alvarado area. So if you're in Alvarado, I don't need you to get underground or anything, but you do want to consider that damaging hail is headed your way. So you want to try to get away from windows in your home if you can. It doesn't look like we have a situation where it's going to be very intensely wind driven, at least not at this point. But a severe thunderstorm like this, especially this kind that's a little more focused on wind and hail, you can get those sudden downbursts, those sudden microbursts. That's what happened in Waxahachie early in the morning on March 8th. is we had a downburst, a microburst that drove that hail directly into the sides of these homes, hit right on those windows, hit right on that siding, and caused a lot of damage. We called it buckshot hail. It looked like the hail had just come straight out of a massive shotgun, come out of a cannon. And so that could be a possibility here if we get that sudden increase in winds. At this time, the winds do not look terribly intense in this storm. The greatest threat is going to be the hail core that is headed right towards the Alvarado area. Again, 2-inch hail or lime-sized hail, the size of a lime, maybe a hen egg, those kinds of things. That is the primary concern with this storm in Johnson County. So let's put that into motion here. Take a quick drink of water. Okay. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm to the east. So let's go over to that one, take a quick look. And that storm moving out of moving out of Navarro County at this point, just about out of Navarro County. If you're in the Currens area, your severe weather threat is tapering off at this point. So not too terribly concerned. If you're in Trinidad, Malakoff, that's where you have that large hail threat. 2-inch hail, again, that's where we're talking about golf ball to lime-sized hail in that particular area. Clinton Style saying we use anything but the metric system around these parts, or hail is hen egg size. Well, that's the thing is when we're talking about hail sizes for people, comparing it to an item is usually going to be the best way for them to understand it. So that's just kind of the way that goes for folks. That's what has worked, and so we're gonna stick with that. So we have this storm off to the west. This is in Johnson County. Hail core moving right towards the Alvarado area. And I'm hearing that you're getting some thunder in western Ellis County, southern Ellis County. That's going to be from this storm. Maypro, you're getting some heavy rain from this storm, but the hail core is staying west of you in Maypro. We'll have to watch and see what this does closer to the Midlothian area. Andrew, my 4-county geography knowledge has really been tested tonight. You're doing great, by the way. Yeah, I think I've done pretty well. I think I've handled, this pretty well so far. Fortunately, like I said, graduation in Ennis should be proceeding at this point, or should be starting very soon. I think I'm going to try to watch that tonight if I can, and watch the Ennis graduates of 2025 eventually get to graduate there. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. Again, that's going to be that lime-sized hail, that hen egg-sized hail, and the storm is moving about 35 miles per hour. So it's moving at a pretty good clip. I'm not looking too concerned. I'm not thinking that I'm too concerned about any flooding with this storm. It's moving at a pretty good clip, but the large hail is going to be the main concern here. The hail threat really is confined to Johnson County at this point. So near Alvarado, Venus, that area, that's where I'm concerned mostly about that. Now they've updated this, so they've let Hill County out of that. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for parts of Johnson County, far northwestern Ellis County, far southwestern Dallas County, and parts of Tarrant County. Now the question about Ennis graduation. Ennis graduation, you are free and clear to go. Free and clear to start graduating students. Start that ceremony at 9:30. So everything is cleared out from there. You should be good to go. I know that Midlothian ISD is having graduation in Mansfield tomorrow. So we will have to watch and see if we have more severe weather tomorrow. We'll have more on that tomorrow morning for you. Of course, all day tomorrow we'll be posting updates as necessary. But what we're looking at is right now the greatest severe weather threat for our particular area is here in Johnson County. The good news is for the Ennis area, I mean, you might get some light rain from this storm. It looks like it's really trying to blow some light rain that direction, but not looking at anything severe in the Ennis area. You are fine. You are clear to move forward with that graduation. Might be a little bit of some light rain there with that storm, but you're not looking at anything that's going to prevent graduation, I think, from going forward there. Might be a little bit of a concern with some sound equipment, but other than that, it looks like in the Ennis area you should be, for the most part, good to go. Why is that? Hold on just a moment. Get that behind me. Don't put that over my head. All right, so that's what we're looking at in the Ennis area. Everything is fine to go for the Ennis graduating class of 2025, Ennis High School. Congratulations to those kiddos, and hey, you stuck through it, and you will graduate. Don't worry about that. You will be able to graduate, and you know what? I'm going to look for. I want to find that. I believe they're live streaming that on YouTube, I think. Is it YouTube or? Yes, there we go. Okay. Just one second here. Okay, just wanted to pass along a private message there, or a direct message there, for the folks in Ennis. So here's the storm we're looking at. This is for western portions of Ellis County here. You're just getting the heavy rain. I don't believe you're getting hail at this point. There might be some small hail just on the far western part of that of Ellis County, but I would say, again, eastern Johnson County near Alvarado, Venus, that's where you have that higher hail threat. So that's going to be the greatest likelihood of hail for that particular area. Let me kind of get this back where I can. Everything's moved around, so I need to kind of reorient myself. And Terry, thank you so much for your help here. She's going to get the kiddo down to sleep, or she's going to start. Better yet, she's gonna try to get the kiddo down, and it's 9:30 now, just about, and that's probably gonna take until 11 or midnight. That kid fights sleep nothing like crazy. Yeah, raining again in Waxahachie. So Waxahachie, you're gonna get some rain off of this storm. There's gonna be a little rain. This is not anything intense at this point. Might be some lightning and thunder and those kind of things, but the heaviest part of this storm is there near Alvarado, near Venus. So let's take a closer look. In this storm, we'll look at the hail core there. First of all, I want to look at those winds, and again, you can see some of the lighter colors there. That's some of the gusty winds near Keene, Alvarado, over towards Maypearl. So that's where we're watching the gusty winds out of this storm, but those do not look like damaging storms at this point. And then I will tell you that it looks like, at least from just right now, the hail core in that storm may be weakening as well. So we may be seeing that storm cycle down. Doesn't mean it can't cycle up again, but oftentimes we will see that where it will kind of lose that intensity temporarily. So we'll see what that does. Okay, so I'm hearing, looks like in Ennis, the graduation may have been moved to 9:45. I think they're at this point. There's nothing severe headed to Ennis right now, but at this point, they're probably more concerned with equipment at that time. Because that sound equipment is very, very expensive. So they're probably waiting for that light rain to pass. I think that should have no problem in the next 15 minutes. I think that should be out of there in that area. So, and it's funny, I'm seeing people in the comments of the Ennis graduation saying they need to move it indoors. How are you going to move that entire ceremony indoors? I mean, that would take hours. It would take longer than the brief delay they've got to do for this light rain to move it indoors. So, got to be realistic, people. I mean, that's just not realistic at all. But, it is what it is. So this storm, this is the severe thunderstorm warning we've been watching. This storm here is the cause for that. You can see, again, some of that blow off here from western Ellis County. We're seeing some of that rain. This is not severe at this point. This is just some heavy rain there. The severe part of this storm over in Johnson County, west of Cleburne, east of Cleburne, west of Waxahachie. So that's moving towards Alvarado, moving towards Venus, possibly parts of Midlothian here. But that particular storm at this point looks like it may be losing intensity. So it looks like that storm may be beginning to weaken just a bit. So yeah, just south of Alvarado, just south of Venus, that's where you're going to have some hail. Looks like at this point, probably smaller hail. Looks like that hail core is weakening a bit. So that's the good news there. I like what I see with this storm. I like that we're seeing that continue to show a weakening trend. We'll go back over to the vertically integrated liquid. Oh yeah, definitely a weakening trend with the storm. You can see that hail core, and yeah, that's starting to weaken there. So again, heavy rain in western parts of Ellis County, but that is not severe at this time. That is, again, we look at the storm, definitely some heavy rain, lightning and thunder. Small hail, I think, is still possible with that storm, but it shows a rapid weakening trend with that one. So let's show the velocity here. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing some of the winds. Looks like the winds are beginning to subside as well. So this storm overall weakening, that weakening trend continues. And as we look across our area, I just want to show you that what we're looking at here, this storm continues to move eastward out of and away from Navarro County. We have this storm here. Part of that storm could still have some small hail, but it does not look like we're going to see anything too terribly intense. Maybe some lightning and thunder there west of Waxahachie, but that is not severe, just some additional rain falling from that. In Ennis, looks like just some light rain falling from that. They've delayed that graduation again. Once again, that's probably due to the sound equipment and things. They want to make sure that's protected, so they're going to wait until the rain finally stops as that storm, the higher end of that storm, continues to pull away. Now, north of Killeen, north of what looks like that's Gatesville there, another storm popping up. Now, we'll wait and see what this one does. That could move into Bosque County and eventually towards the western portions of our area, but that's a little bit of a ways away, so we'll have time to watch that. And I suspect that the severe thunderstorm warning for this particular storm will probably be canceled early here, because that is set to run until, let's see here, that's until 10 o'clock, so another 27 minutes from now. But this one, I think, is probably going to continue to weaken as we go forward here. So I expect that storm to continue to get weaker. Looks like that one is trying to fall apart. I mean, that's not to say it couldn't intensify again. So if you're in Alvarado, Venus, up into the Mansfield area there, and Lillian, that area you could still see this storm pick up intensity again. So it's not time to completely let down your guard, but we are seeing an outflow boundary pulling ahead of it now. So I think that's going to be a sign of that storm beginning that weakening trend. But I'll tell you, this storm is beginning to look more interesting in northern Ellis County, just the last couple of frames, moving towards Midlothian here. So we may see another part of this storm intensify as it moves into the Midlothian area, moves more towards southern Dallas County, towards Cedar Hill and Duncanville, Lancaster, DeSoto. So we'll see what this one does here, but for now, it does look like the severe weather threat is tapering off, at least in northern parts of Ellis County and western and northern Ellis County, as well as eastern Johnson County. So Ennis graduation looks like it's probably going to be about another 10 minutes there. The good news is that the severe weather threat is long gone in Ennis. Just some light rain there. Again, if they're delaying, it's probably to protect that sound equipment and that kind of thing. So just be patient with them there in Ennis. They're trying to protect what's probably very expensive equipment and make sure that you have the best experience possible as the Ennis High School class of 2025 finally graduates after a bit of a close call in the Ennis area. Of course, now we're getting thunder here at the studio. So we got to get, I mean, it's got to be, this storm wants to get some attention. This storm, I'll tell you, in northern parts of Ellis County here, northwestern Ellis County. We'll take a look at this thing. The western portion of this storm moving into Alvarado and Venus looks like that has weakened, but we may now be seeing this part of the storm north of Waxahachie moving towards Midlothian. That looks to be intensifying at this time. So that may gather strength as it continues to move northward towards Midlothian, towards Red Oak, towards Ovilla and Oak Leaf here. Again, towards Venus, towards Britain, and eventually towards Mansfield. So this particular storm, we'll have to continue to monitor it here as we go forward. Now, as we have talked about, we are not done with the severe weather tonight. As nice as that would be, we still have tomorrow. We still have a risk of severe weather for our area tomorrow. Looks like mostly from probably Corsicana, Hillsborough northward. We'll see how that evolves as we get over the course of the next several hours here. But severe weather is again possible tomorrow afternoon and evening. So we'll continue to monitor that. We'll bring all of that messaging to you throughout the day tomorrow. I'm hoping to maybe sleep in a little bit. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll try here. I would love to get a little bit of rest. We still have some gusty winds moving into Venus here, maybe into the Midlothian area through Alvarado. Not really much of a gusty wind situation in Ellis County here. But the greater concern is of hail, and we are now seeing right there between Midlothian and Waxahachie. Looks like we could be looking at small hail in that particular area, and then maybe some small hail moving towards Venus. But this storm, my judgment at this point, looks like it's below severe limits at this time, but we could be seeing this storm intensifying as it gets closer to Midlothian there. So that will be worth watching as we go forward, as this storm continues to move northward towards southern Dallas County, southwestern Dallas County, southeastern Tarrant County there. So that storm will need to be watched. We've got some lightning and thunder there. I'm seeing and hearing it outside of the window there. But this storm particularly looks like the severe weather threat has subsided for that. It looks to me like we're probably not needing this severe thunderstorm warning at this point. I mean, that thing is another 23 minutes here. Yeah, another 23 minutes. I'm not thinking that we quite need to see that warning continue there. So let the one of the other cats in here. So I don't think anybody's seen this one yet. So this isn't the weather cat. This is one of the cats, but this is Knox. He is one of the black. We got two black cats. And this guy doesn't get on camera much, but he's usually asleep in the chair that's across from me right over here. He's usually sleeping through the live stream. He doesn't, he's not concerned about anything. But now that things are a little more calm, we can introduce one of the three cats we have here. Everybody calls me a cat whisperer, so yeah, he's looking at the monitor going, how am I here and there at the same time? So, yeah, that's one of the two black cats. He's kind of the big brother of the oldest is Tiger. Tiger's the dean of the cats. He's the weather cat there, and then Knox is the biggest of the three, and he's kind of the second youngest. But he is coming in here. He sleeps in here during the day. I work at my desk, and he just kind of snoozes next to me. And then funny, when I go to bed, he's always next to me too. So it's like we're kind of pals here. He's a little more chill. Tiger's bouncing around all over the place. Usually when Knox is in here, he's chill. So he's kind of resting. But yeah, this storm, you see that little bit of an area there. We could be looking at some increasing winds here as that moves into the Midlothian area. Yeah, plenty of thunder with this one too. I mean, this storm is just not ready to quit. You can see that it's shrinking a little bit there. But man, this one is still making some noise. It wants to keep going. And so this storm moving again towards Ovilla, Oak Leaf there, towards southern Dallas County. That storm could be severe warned here in the next several minutes if it continues that trend. So it looks like we now have graduates moving into the stadium there in Ennis. So it looks like they are getting ready to graduate some folks, graduate some kids there at Ennis High School. The stormy class of 2025 there at Ennis High School, finally getting to graduate those kiddos. And, I hate when those delays happen, but it's in the interest of public safety, and everyone did a wonderful job there from what I understand. They did a fantastic job of getting people to safety. I am internally thankful to people, the first responders there in Ennis who took care of people in that situation. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to wrap up coverage. We have been on the air, you know what, 3:52. I'll stay on for another 8 minutes. We'll hit 4 hours here. That'll give us a little bit of time to monitor this storm and see if that wants to intensify. But we're close enough to the 4-hour mark that why not? We'll keep going here for just a little bit. I'm still seeing plenty of lightning and thunder out the window here, so they have canceled that severe thunderstorm warning. So that is very helpful there. As we take another look here, I do want to show you a couple of things. We have another storm. Looks to be moving north towards Hamilton County there, out of, I believe that's Coryell County there, where Gatesville is. So that's going to continue on to the north. And Bosque County here, so I think that will continue to move on to the north there. This storm, this is the one we are watching now. And this one showing signs that it could be trying to intensify as that gets ready to move up into the Metroplex. This storm that prompted the tornado warning earlier, that was the storm that delayed the graduation in Ennis, moved into Navarro County, prompted the warning there, and then continues to move on towards, through parts of Henderson County, just north of Palestine, and then a complex of storms in the Killeen Temple area, and one, again, moving north of Gatesville. Looked like that's going to go east of... looks like that's going to go probably east of Hamilton there, western Bosque County. So we'll watch that particular storm, see if that's going to threaten our area later tonight. And then storms are possible tomorrow. We could have another round of severe weather tomorrow. And then for Sunday, right now it looks like Sunday we could have some storms in this area. Looks like most of those are west and north of our particular area. But we'll see how that evolves over the next 24 hours or so. So this storm that we're watching here, moving into northern parts of Ellis County and just far far eastern Johnson County. The severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire here for this particular storm, but the good news is that we are looking at this particular storm. It has weakened, so the warning ended. However, we're still... we're still looking at the possibility of that storm picking up steam once again. So we'll have to see what that does. Somebody asked about the record. Somebody asked what is the record in terms of live coverage here, and I don't know actually, and I don't know how to find that. We'll have to look and see. I don't know if I can find. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know how I can find that. I don't know how I can see the longest. We'll figure that out though. We'll go back and we'll try to figure out what the longest. But it may be closer to 5 hours. So heavy thunder. So now we have a special weather statement. This blue polygon here. This is what we're looking at for this storm. So now this one has kind of taken on new life. It's not severe warned at this time, but we are looking at this one. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and half-inch hail possible with this storm. So this one continues moving to northern Ellis County, far northeastern Johnson County there. So that was nice. So that this storm making a lot of noise now here at the studio, saying, "Hey, look at me!" It wants to make a statement. This storm has really intensified quickly here, just in the last several minutes, and moving up towards Midlothian into the Red Oak area here, clearing Waxahachie fairly soon. But we do have a special weather statement that includes parts of Dallas County. Now, this is not a severe storm at this time, but it is an intense storm that is quickly picking up steam here. So a severe thunderstorm warning could very well be issued. I noticed that this is a fairly small special weather statement, so they may have put that there while they figure out the severe thunderstorm warning, just kind of a placeholder there. But we'll see as that moves northward, and we are getting more rain here at the studio. So, Alondra, yeah, we're gonna have to look back and see what the longest live stream was. I feel like it was in the neighborhood of 4, but it might have been 5 hours. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to go back and check that out. It's gonna take some looking, because I'm gonna have to go back through probably years of live coverage. I mean, we have about 288 results in live streams on YouTube alone. So it's going to take a while to find the longest to see what that looks like. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we've had some pretty wild, severe storm situations here. So I wouldn't be shocked if we were closer to 5 or 6 hours. But we'll go back and we'll figure that out. Of course, this is not going to count the radar streams. I've got one of those that was about 10 hours. But we won't count that. And I've had some people ask about the live radar stream. We don't have that at this point because we were having to look at, I was having to use the MacBook, and I don't want to use that for an extended stream like that. But, we will figure out, get a smaller laptop or something that can run just that stream, and we'll get that figured out. Hopefully over the course of the summer. The summer is when I work on. The summer is usually my research and development, so I'm going to try to see if we can figure that out then, and get back to that live stream, the radar live stream where it's just strictly radar, and we usually have this stream to kind of complement that. So this storm continuing to pick up steam here. And again, I mean, you can see this storm, it's shrunk and it's not as intense as it was. The part of the storm in Johnson County is not as intense as it was. But now this part in Ellis County has continued to pick up steam. Jackson Teague, your school is supposed to go to a water park field trip tomorrow. Will that be canceled? I mean, I can't tell you that. It's really going to depend on where and when storms happen tomorrow. We're going to have to look at that tomorrow morning and kind of get a better idea. But we'll have to kind of get a better idea when we go through that. So this particular storm here, this is what we're watching. It's a special weather statement. We do not have a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Okay, this cat, he keeps going back and forth. Pick a side, dude. I think he wants me out there is the problem. He's not happy that I'm working. So we look at the velocity here. I'm not seeing a whole lot of wind with this storm necessarily. We could see those winds pick up steam as we continue to intensify, or as it continues to intensify going forward. And then across this area, we're not seeing any severe hail cores, but as we rock this forward, you can definitely see a couple of hail cores that are developing there and are picking up steam there. So we'll definitely pay a lot of attention to that as we go through the next several hours here. Moving into Red Oak, moving into Midlothian, now moving out of Waxahachie. But that's where that storm is going to continue to pick up steam here and could be a severe thunderstorm by the time it moves into southern Dallas County. So that's headed towards Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Lancaster, those areas going forward there. So that will be what we get to contend with in terms of this storm moving northward into the Metroplex. And at that point, it's out of our area. Let's see, I think it was 6 hours or so fairly recently, last 4 years. Maybe that wild storm with the F2 tornado near Milford and the semis. So no, I don't think that wasn't the long stream. I don't believe it was. Now, we've had a long night. We had the October 20th of 2019, we had the tornado that went through the Midlothian area, and then we had the line of storms behind it, but that was not a continuous stream. That was one storm, took a break, and then later that night that line of storms came in because I went and laid in bed for a while, and then we went forward from there. Okay, this guy, what are you doing? I'm not leaving this room. You keep wanting me to, but I'm not. Knox just keeps going back and forth and back and forth. He wants me out of here. Thank you to Jennifer Poland for your Cash App donation. Greatly appreciated there. And I apologize if there's anybody that donated through the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, any of that stuff, and I didn't read your name out loud on the air. I unfortunately wasn't quite able to do that. Okay.
Good evening.
So,
To the Ennis High School class.
okay. So Ennis High School graduating. The graduation has started there. Um, yeah. So.
Due to the weather and concerns about future weather,
Yeah.
we abbreviate a few parts of the ceremony. But we will make sure that we honor everybody that we can.
Yeah. So.
Tonight, I would like to honor a few members that we have present.
So they're going forward with the graduation in Ennis. Everything is kicked off there. So fortunately, we are good to go there. So Ashley, you're looking at 11 hours. That was a radar only stream. I'm not counting those. I'm counting. I'm looking at the ones where I was up here in front of the green screen, that kind of thing. So that's where we're at. So we'll go back and look, and we'll find out what that record is and record that, and we'll talk about that. Of course, October of this year. In October of 2025, man, I forget the date, but October will be 10 years. 10 years since we started the Ellis County Weather Twitter page that started this whole thing. I've been doing this for 10 years now in October. We're going to try to find some kind of an event that we can plan. And we'll do something, an evening with Kevin Crouch maybe, or an afternoon with Kevin Crouch. We'll sit down and talk about the last 10 years of this work. But I've been doing this for nearly 10 years now. So, craziness. Jason, Kevin, you must come to a polka festival. It's a guaranteed good time. Yeah, I plan to be at polka festival this year. I don't know if I'll have the booth there necessarily, but we will. I will make sure that I am present there in Ennis for polka festival to get out there and enjoy that. So, never actually been to polka festival myself, so that'll be a good time. So the storm that we have right now, again, this is not a severe storm at this time. However, you see this hail core right there going between Red Oak and Ferris. That is quite the hail core. Jessica McGehee, yes, we are done with storms. Done with storms in the Waxahachie area that's moved northward now. As we go forward there, like I mentioned, we will be watching this storm in northern Coryell County, headed towards Bosque County here. We'll keep an eye on that just in case that's going to affect western parts of our area. But for now, the last storm that we're looking at for our area, at least for a while, hopefully maybe until at least tomorrow. Why are you scratching the window, dude? You're not going out there. Knox is also the weird one of the family, so just he does odd things. But this particular storm, we do have that hail core intensifying near the Ferris area, so that's going to continue northward. That'll move more towards Wilmer there and the Ferris area. Okay, Knox, you got it, dude. Stop. Love this cat to death, but he does some of the weirdest. You're not okay. Yeah, I just go over there. He's big. He's hard to deal with sometimes. But this particular storm, not severe at this moment, but it has definitely picked up steam over the last few minutes. I mean, if we look at this, you can see a definite hail core developing there, moving towards the Ferris area. Again, that's moving towards Wilmer. That'll be moving towards the Balch Springs area, possibly Mesquite, going on from there. And no severe thunderstorm warning on that yet, but I am hearing reports of small hail.
Please bow your heads for the prayer. Heavenly God.
Okay, so yeah, reports of hail in Red Oak, so that's going to be a small hail situation there. Let's see. Yeah, thunder is intense in Red Oak. Yeah. Nice Halloween color kitty there. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, on Halloween they all want to be big, bad, and scary, but they're not very big, bad, and scary. Knox is now. I say that Knox has actually beat up a cat before. There there was a cat that he and Tiger were in a bit of a squabble outside, and then Knox used his size and knocked that cat way out of the way, let Tiger get inside, and that kind of thing. So that's an interesting story for another time here. But I want to show you this hail core that is intensifying here to the southwest of Ferris. Now that's going to be headed towards north, let's see. Yeah, that's going to be headed really towards the Ferris area, so it's moving a little more northeastward. Now Jackson, the severe thunderstorm watch continue. You're seeing that there's a severe thunderstorm for Waxahachie. It's not being issued. They are continuing that severe thunderstorm watch. That bulletin that just came out of the National Weather Service. So that's where they say, hey, it's continuing. They actually just updated it, where they canceled Comanche, Denton, Erath, Hood, Mills, Parker, Somerville, and Tarrant counties, but they've continued the watch for several other areas. And so, yeah, that's where we are looking at the severe thunderstorm watch being discontinued, but it continues for our 4 counties in this area. But that's your hail core there. That's going to be the hail core that's headed towards the Ferris area, towards Ferris, towards Wilmer, and on northward towards Balch Springs and Mesquite. So that's what we're looking for, near Ferris. That's where we are looking at that hail core moving northward, just about to move into Dallas County. So in the Ferris area up towards Wilmer, that's where we're going to be watching the closest for the potential of larger hail, possibly severe weather conditions with that particular storm. But this one, I mean, it's fighting on, but you can see to the west quickly falling apart there. So this particular storm really trying to weaken, trying to fall apart there. So that will continue on. We are looking at that hail core moving towards the Ferris area, again, towards Wilmer, possibly parts of Lancaster, on to the north, but that will be moving into Dallas County here in the next several minutes. There's some heavy rain back behind it over towards Loop 9 in Red Oak. Yeah, Kimberly, the Loop 9 area in Red Oak, some heavy rain there, lightning and thunder, that sort of thing. But this continues to move northward, and I do suspect that there could be a severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Dallas County once this moves northward, if it continues that trend of at least this part of the storm continuing to intensify. I think we're going to wrap up live coverage here as that storm begins to exit our area and severe weather clears on out. Going to watch the graduation in Ennis a little bit, watch those graduates finally walk the stage after quite the delay tonight due to these storms. Thank you so much for tuning in to live coverage. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, maybe eat a little food, get some water, and take a breather. More storms possible tomorrow. More again Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, we could see some before temperatures are at least closer to normal for the latter half of next week. Thank you for tuning in. More to come as storms are possible again tomorrow. May thunderstorms doing their thing here in north central Texas